Talk about rolling out the welcome mat. My good buddy Victor called me up and asked me to stop by. Who knows what he's thinking? To what do I owe the honor of this presentation?
Bring back any memories?
It's one of those moments, you know, like when you approach the pearly gates, then your life passes before your eyes. You get to see all your past decisions, and all these cars are lined up. I'm wondering what's going on.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah, you forget how much nonsense we've been through. 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, and that's not even all of them. It's crazy. You know, we have tunnel vision working as a team, so we just go from one to the next, you know, no hindsight. And this is a look into the past. It's like, what have we done here?
Remember what we started with? I used to have doors. Remember, it's due to the diamonds.
This really exemplifies why I'll do anything for Victor. He's like the ideal client, you know? He follows everything through to the finish, and he has the entire volume of work stored and ready to cruise at any time. Victor just keeps stacking them.
This has been a year since we completed this car.
Right.
So,
Time flies,
you know,
man.
I always said, I'm done, but hey, now I'm bored.
Right. And there it is, Victor's bored. It could be a signal that we're potentially entering dangerous waters. You're not thinking about changing all this up, are you?
Nothing. We're done. And the reason why I have everything out, I don't want to duplicate what we've achieved already. I want to build another vehicle, and I guess the word is spectacle, right? These are cars, these are, you know, radical customs.
Sure.
But this is half a spectacle. I need a full spectacle. Let's go out of the box on this one.
I love that idea. You know, this style car, right? It's like, that's just my jam. You know, I love the sleds and the customs. They're super cool, but I like the freak show.
And I guess that's a word. I guess I say spectacle and you say freak show. Now we got to combine those. And that's what I'm looking to build, something that'll bring all this attention, but times 10.
Well, you know, as your therapist, I could say that this is clearly a deepening addiction, you know, when just enough isn't enough anymore and you need something more to get your kicks. Those are some of the warning signs starting the show. Man, ever since I left Victor's, I've been ruminating, you know, like, what could I possibly do to up my game? Victor said, no holds barred. I think this is really gonna turn up the heat a little on his request. The perfect starting point. Victor wanted weird. Welcome to the boat show. I gotta say, you know, my own guilty pleasure. This is a true bucket list potential accomplishment for me, and that's why I never got rid of this thing. I know what everybody's thinking. It's not gonna be a boat. It just happens to be an optimal fiberglass shape. It's very streamlined. I love the nose. I love the dashboard. Look at that steering wheel. Look at the gauges. This thing's awesome. It just speaks to me, right? I got a weird thing, I guess, for like history. I look at it and I picture it like in its heyday, like cruising the lake, super flaky paint on it, you know, just a good time machine. Even Victor, with his expanded consciousness, doesn't know what I'm thinking about. And I don't know if I could pull this off. He might just go for it. I'm gonna bring this back to the shop and get to work. This is one of those ideas that might need a little explaining. Even for the most envisionary of envisioners, this concept could be a potentially hard sell. You're like, oh, it's a boat. And I'm saying, no, it's not a boat, but it's a boat, but it's not. See what I did there? Needs a little more explaining. So here's where the story gets interesting. It's not gonna be in the water. It's gonna be driving across the desert in a most peculiar way. Hence all the parts I've gathered thusly. I got a junk engine, I got a junk transmission. That's just for the mock-up. The real gems are right here, look at these. Mickey Thompson Sportsman tires. Just imagine some of these guys putting the power to the ground. So, you know, setting the tire outside like that, you know, it looks like, well, anybody could do that. It looks like the boat's on a trailer, right? I don't want that. That's where this rear axle comes in. It's out of a Taylor-Dunn utility cart, kind of like an industrial strength golf cart. Look how narrow it is. These things come with a Ford 9-inch that's narrowed. That's dragster stuff right there. I just set the tire in place there, but that's not what I want to see. See, with this narrowed rear axle, And all of a sudden, this fits in here. So the side of the boat looks like it's supposed to. So what I'm trying to do is not make this like a car that's wearing a boat. It's like the boat is actually designed to drive. Like a speedboat, like a drag boat on a dry lake bed. I got this frame from Speedway. It's a T-bucket chassis. It's all set up for the rear springs. The front axle mount is there. I'm gonna have to modify it for sure, but this is a brand new unit. That'll be perfect. I'm all bristling with enthusiasm, but I may be getting ahead of myself. If I can't just show this stuff to Victor. As much as I'm working on my concept, I'm also working on my sales pitch. These two things go hand in hand for the success of this project. Look, Victor, this is what you get. Like, you're driving around like this, like a boss. Captain's hat on, aviator sunglasses, big V8 engine behind you, pulsing away, glitter flying off of you. The boat will be glistening, mustache is perfect, and you're just like cruising down the lane. Now, looking at this whole mock-up, I could see we're missing one critical element. You know, there's no front tires. And it would be simple to just throw in a Camaro front clip or some aftermarket thing, but you know, I need something that says race day on the lake. I think I might just know where to find something that fits the bill.
What's up, Ian?
Man, you have an ever-evolving inventory. And you got cooler stuff every time I come out here.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
I met Tom at the Pomona swap meet years ago, and we've been friends ever since. Tom is a longtime hot rodder. Now in his retirement, he's, you know, a hobby builder, but he's also a consummate collector of all things cool. When I got that Jeep body from you, I was walking through your scrap tubing section, and I saw this thing. This is like the real deal, man.
It's a slingshot dragster front end, if you look.
I can tell. I'm building this crazy contraption, and I need these spoke wheels, man. This
Oh,
thing
wow,
is
that's
too
cool. What are you gonna build?
A drag boat. See, this is what I'm talking about. I need to have this whole concept laid out, well represented to really make that sales pitch count. It's like a drag boat, right?
Yeah.
But it's a drag boat with tires.
Yeah.
So it's like a dragster
It's not in the water, though,
without
right?
the water. It's a
Yeah,
drag
so-
boat without the
yeah.
water. Desert drag boat.
I like it when you go crazy with stuff.
That's why I needed these parts, because it's like the same era, right? So if you're gonna build like a vintage drag boat, you need the parts to fit the bill.
Man, I'd love to see you do something with this.
Oh, I got something.
If you want it, it's yours.
I appreciate it, man. I think I have all the pieces to commence construction on my greatest sales pitch to date. I'll meet you back at the boat club. Making some progress on this boat. Just cut out a whole bunch of stuff. I just kind of want to come up with a wheelbase measurement. These two big tires are gonna set in there, and man, it's gonna be tight. You know, I wanna sit ahead of the engine, and I want these big tires back here. Unfortunately, and fortunately for me, there's no blueprint for this kind of thing. It's all about envisioning and an old school mock-up to see how it's all gonna come together. First on the list is to narrow the frame 4 inches so that it'll fit up with the rear end. I know I want to cut the chassis off here, put a cross member, and lay it back out. Number one benefit of starting with a prefabricated chassis is, you know it's square, you know it's strong, you know it's proven. No guesswork in that. 25, remember that, 25 inches. This is the part where it starts to get really loose. Metal turns to spaghetti. That one goes there. What was that number I told you to remember? It's only a natural evolution in my mock-ups. You know, I was starting with cardboard boxes and masking tape, right? Now I'm taking brand new car chassis and hacking them up. So you may be thinking, wow, that's quite a fine mess you've created there. But I thought this through. So let's put it back together, shall we? One thing I know is a pile of cardboard boxes and some masking tape is not gonna sell this concept. I gotta go right into it. Look at that, it's a mini chassis. Create sort of a working model of it. I'm doing this for both the look and the function. Now that that's set up, these can go inside here. The end result is you have rear suspension. The next step is to set up the front end and figure out how to incorporate that dragster look. This critical measurement I've laid out both in marker and in chalk is a trade secret. I'll put a pin in the table right there, just like the golden spike on the transcontinental railroad. It's that important. In thinking about the front end design of this, the dragster look was appropriate. It's a boat, right? It doesn't have like a big heavy front end on it, so the spoke wheels and the lightness of that style chassis, I think it fits just right. It's like ring toss. Look at that. That's your spring perch right there. You didn't know where I was going. You were thinking mini chassis. What's going on here? The boat's that big, but the chassis is actually this long. For my next trick, I shall fuse some round tube for the front of this chassis. The design here is built for speed. So with this arrangement of tubes, it's really gonna give a sleek, low-profile design with a lot of strength. Exactly the look I was going for was that pile of trash I picked out of Tom's backyard, you know? Revisiting that slingshot vintage dragster look. Really long wheelbase, super light front end. That's what I'm looking at. How do you feel about it? In a world of top fuel dragsters, this stands alone. It's the most ridiculous concept ever put forth. Next step, victory. That 9-inch housing had this big unit bolted to the front of it. What you used to have was an electric motor bolted up back here. So the electric motor sat in here with another gear that turned that gear, that turned the pinion gear, that made the car go. I'm just taking the pinion gear out of that, and I'm gonna modify it with original Ford parts. They're harder and harder to come by, but I was able to scrap around to link up to that automatic transmission. Can you dig it? I love the challenge of using stuff that's not supposed to go where you want to put it. Oh yeah, it's a golf cart rear axle in there. People are like, what? Like, yeah. I think that's my problem. I'm an adrenaline junkie. I get freaked out, man, and I love the challenge of trying to get us stuff to work. All this is gonna get rebuilt for sure. It's just, look, here's a placeholder. We got 350 transmission, Chevy 350 engine. I think these valve covers are gonna sell it. Victor's gonna take one look at the chrome and the possibilities. Come on, sucker. Building a vintage dragster is one thing, but building this spectacle boat thing is a completely different accomplishment. You know, dragster's got one purpose, go that way really fast. Victor wanted a spectacle. The whole thing is, can we put a couple seats in this with the boat body on it? Down the rabbit hole we go. She's listing, Captain. She's going hard to broadside. Now to port. Now to port, Captain. She's gonna go over. Every crazy concept comes down to one element absolutely working. Whose idea was this? And this, ladies and gentlemen, is that moment. She's heavy. She's heavy. No pressure. Just drop her down. Oh, brother. I'm into it now. I'm a troubleshooter by nature, so I'm looking at this, I'm like, it's got potential. It could work, it could work. I like the wheelbase, but always with the next challenge and the problems in the back of my mind. That darn engine is way too far forward. I tell you, there's nothing like the sound of that V8 engine ringing in your ear. I love the concept, and that's the thing. I want to sell Victor the concept, but I don't want to sell him something that I can't accomplish, so I'm looking at troubles. Position of the engine is a little bit, the fitment of the rear tires in the back of the boat, the overall stance of it. The first thing you have to think of when you look at it is, oh, that's cool. Not quite there yet. I mean, the look is there. That engine's just in the way. Looking at the back, I think I can afford to lose a little boat in the rear section. Huh. We got all kinds of room. Now, this all adds up to that moment in your teens, like when you told your parents you were cleaning your room all day and they're on the way home and you got to really follow through on the goods. Just a little more desert treasure. Haven't quite accomplished everything I need to, and El Jefe is on his way over for inspection. I'm not showing him too much, just showing him ideas. Everything in its place. Walk in with an air of elegance. I don't know, I think I got in real deep on this one. The moment is upon us. Honest Ian's used boat emporium is open for business, and we're about to make our first sale. All right, man, now I want you to close your eyes for this.
Cover 'em.
You're gonna need a clear and open mind to digest this whole thing. Don't be startled, just let your spirit soar, Victor.
All right, let's see what you got here.
It's been said, be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. The man wanted a crazy spectacle. I give to you the drag boat. Ta-da!
What is it?
Exactly. It's not what you're thinking, and it's not what it looks like. These are the parts that I've chosen to be our new project. So far, so good. I mean, he hasn't run out of the room yet.
I mean,
He's not really smiling, he's not really frowning.
I have no words right now. Give me a few minutes to absorb what I'm looking at now.
I can't really say what I was expecting his reaction to be, because I really didn't know how I was gonna react to looking at it again either, so we're both kind of in the same boat.
They said freaky.
Yeah.
That's like, who in their right mind would do what you just did here? You know, I heard there was a lot of mercury in the grounds here from the 20s, whatever they were doing here with the government, and it affects your mind, but shit.
When you go to your favorite restaurant and you order your favorite thing from the same menu, you pretty much know what you're gonna get. Or you could order something new, use the words like crazy and freaky, and you never know what you're gonna get. Victor's a creative guy, so I see him looking at this, and I think the best course of action is for me to explain my idea. You know, this concept of a dragster that's wearing a boat body, but it's still at heart a dragster, crazy spectacle, kind of show car. Hopefully it'll get his gears turning. It's a match made in heaven.
My lights are turning on. I just pictured this thing. That thing is rad.
Sold.
I see this blower on it. I see these wheelie bars on this one, right?
That's what I was getting at. It's literally a dragster, right? I think I should get Salesman of the Year from the Drag Boat Society.
Then we got to talk about body modifications. It might as well have some wings on it too, right?
Hey.
This thing is aerodynamic now. Maybe we'll break the sound barrier.
Like many things in life, this is a delicate situation, and I'm not quite sure it's time yet to awake the enhancement monster.
I just see we have to do some modifications with
I think you know what I'm talking about. Anything could happen at that point.
all bets are off. We're going crazy. You want to talk about a spectacle? You just opened up a whole new can of worms here, buddy.
Just another day in the shop, convincing my friends to do these ridiculous projects with me. I think we're off in the right direction.
Now, do you have any Alka-Seltzer?
So Victor was satisfied with the crazy boat concept, but after talking with him, I wasn't fully satisfied. I needed something more. Having that V8 engine sitting up behind those front seats, it just wasn't enough. I need it back here, behind the tires. The whole thing with all these projects is it's gotta look right in the end. And I mean, that kind of stress, that angst is what makes me go further to make sure that everything falls in the way we need it. In the end, these headers are gonna need some clearance around the tires, but what kind of concept doesn't need to go full custom? All of a sudden, it's like, wait, what? Engine in the back? Exhaust coming out like a jet boat? And that leads up to the biggest question mark of the whole arrangement. Like, with the drive shaft sticking towards the front of the vehicle, how is it rear-wheel drive? And once Victor agreed to this crazy boat concept, I started doing a little research, talking to a few people, you know, found a few guys who are into the speedboats, and they're like, yeah, no, every boat that's arranged like this uses a V-drive. So it's like the power goes forward, just like it would in a car, but it's backwards. So it goes towards the front and then right back out to the propeller. My friend out near Ventura, you know, out by the sea, he's like, We got V-drives, we got boats all over the place. So he shows me this thing. Seeing this unit, it makes perfect sense. So it's in and out. And they had these cool mounting plates too, cast aluminum. They go right on the side. I'm gonna work my way from front to back to make this a rolling chassis, and the dragster steering is just about complete. This is a very traditional hot rod arrangement. You know, the drag link steering setup is what you would have on any T-bucket hot rod. It looks lightweight and cool. Perfect choice for this. It's got a body on it, but I still want to see all that raw fabrication, you know? You see all the action, you see the engine actually spinning. There's no hood on it. One of my favorite things. All right, last things last is this cool steering column and the classic 3-prong steering wheel. You know, with my eyes closed, I'm picturing myself out on the lake. I mean, out on the drag strip or at the car show. Either way, it steers. So this looks solid. I want to get the rear end in pretty much the same arrangement, you know, proof of concept. I'm gonna have to set up this V-drive and figure out how it's gonna attach to the chassis. Seeing that in place just seals the deal. Now there's plenty of room for seating. You're away from that big hot engine, and you can see already, right into the V-drive from the trans, and that lower output shaft is basically pointing at the differential. The engine, transmission, and drive line are all mounted off of these two heim joints. That's the magic of like the wheelie action. So this is all going to be one substructure. That the whole engine, trans, and drive line is all in one piece and it pivots together. The mounts on the V-drive are set up for a boat. They're a little wide, so I'm gonna cut those down, then create some steel plates that I can weld to the truss structure I already have in place. The whole concept here is engine, transmission, rear axle, and now V-drive are all of the same assembly. So this truss structure that I'm building keeps everything, you know, all the spinning mechanical parts in line and strong. I brought the boat out here and put it on the lift because I was gonna have them help me install the thing, but I guess it's up to me, as usual. Well, let's push this thing out and see how it lines up. Even though the boat body's been on there before, it's critical that it sits properly. Otherwise, the whole presentation will be off. My master plan will be foiled. Hey, look who it is. Fair weather friend. You're just in time for the boat. Check it out. Yeah, my plan with this whole setup was see how I cut the hull. It's gonna sit right on the front spring perch. Pretty much like that. So that's level, right? But I was thinking I want it more aggressive, like a speedboat. So I'm gonna go lower in the back. That really sets the look. It looks like it's on plane, right? It's taking off. Really showing off the engine. You know, the tires are up above and then these big exhaust pipes just coming out. I'm gonna put these rear mounts in and roll it out from this lift and take a look at it. This is what it all adds up to, you know? First impressions. I'm looking at this thing like it's the first time. It looks fast. That's what I was going for. It's definitely weird. Stance, when you look at it, it's gotta have some kind of attitude. For me, a lot of times it's like nose down, right? For whatever reason, that looks a little more aggressive. Not this one. A boat does the exact opposite. It looks like it's ready to hop in the lake and go cruising. It's gonna make a real statement at the local boat ramp. See, now you really see how the suspension works. The body, the whole boat is suspended on springs. The engine is locked down to the rear tires. Now that I see everything working as it should visually, I'll get some body mounts in order and prepare for a 3-hour tour of Ian's Island. So this worked out really good. This 1-inch tube will come off of the frame and just grab the boat with a metal plate and some bolts. So I'll do the same thing up here, right where the bottom of the seat's gonna mount. The big challenge next is the seating and the steering. I want a nice, cushy seat and some real solid feeling steering. I wouldn't say it's ready to set sail quite yet, but it's definitely on a roll. Victor's really been going the extra mile in the last few projects with the upholstery, so what I'm doing is just setting up a good groundwork for him to do his magic. So I'm just gonna slice through these tubes so I can take the seat out, then I'll be able to finish it on the bench where it's flat. Whose crazy idea was this? To build a seat that you can't take out of the vehicle. First, I was thinking that the whole corner of the seat would wrap around like this far, but I realized you don't need that much seat. So I'm gonna take the tube, bend it, attach here, and then just curve right into that. I had 3 S's. I gotta say, the sitting's looking the best out of the 3. I'm giving Victor the whole project in this rough, unfinished form, and it's up to him. Like, what kind of upholstery, what kind of paint? Who knows? Maybe he's got enhancements. It's a pretty wild concept. I'm super interested to see what he's thinking. A few loose ends to wrap up in this project, and it's ready for the master enhancer. Ready or not, here we come. In an effort to continue my salesmanship, I need to set this car up to really make an impression on Victor. I think he needs to see it in motion. Ahoy! Nice day for a cruise. It doesn't move on its own, but it does stop and steer, and that's all I need for this presentation. Welcome to the cartoon world, sir. That's about as spectacle-y as I could make it. Everything's in place, the mounts are there, the body's this floating, springy design.
You have motion in the ocean.
It's like you're on a boat. It's basically a fully functioning rolling chassis ready to drop in a running engine and transmission.
I said, crazy spectacle, and I got what I asked for. I should watch my mouth next time. The fab is done. This is a piece of art now. Now I'm afraid to cover anything up. The thing already says I'm crazy, I'm nuts, look at me. I don't want to have them put me in an asylum right off the bat. I could just literally do the interior and paint it, and it's done. But then I haven't done my part, and it's not fair to you.
That's right. It's not fair to me unless you get all the details filled in. Like all the rest of our projects, I'm sure this will be a back and forth process, but I think I'm gonna hightail it out of here before Victor starts getting a little too deep. We all know how this could go. I'm really looking forward to seeing what your vision is for it, right? And then ultimately, the test drive. No holds barred. Do what you do. Victor's process is typically not fast and usually requires a lot of revisions. So after I left, I was surprised to get an SOS from him the very next day. Jumping Jehoshaphat.
I had visions, I couldn't sleep.
Well, I gotta say, that escalated quickly. Victor looks a little frantic. I see inspiration in his eyes. He's a man in motion. He's got a good concept. I work the same way, so I'm just like being supportive. You know, I see what his potential is here that's just developing. I was pretty surprised to come back the next day. I mean, seriously, 16 hours later, and he's got these 2 fins and taillights mocked up on this thing, as well as some kind of weird headgear arrangement. I mean, look at this.
That's you, man. That enhances your forehead.
All jokes aside, this project's on a new path, and I'm up for the ride. Victor says he needs a little more time to think through his enhancements, but in the meantime, he's got something else he wants me to take a look at. Only at the Cacho residence is one drag boat spectacle not enough. Another project.
Yeah, this is actually my nephew Vinny's car. He told me, hey, Uncle, can I leave my car in your yard for about a month? I'm gonna do some work to it. So this is a year later, and it's just sitting there.
Oh,
Check
cool.
this out.
I recognize that as a 54 Chevy Bel Air.
Hard top.
Hard top, nice. Yeah, it looks great. No cancer in the rocker panels. The floors are there. This is a clean car, man. I've known Vince for over 15 years. You know, he's always around Victor's place, and we've collaborated on a few projects in the past.
He did all the body work, the engine, transmission, the wiring.
Well, what's he lacking? Just tires? What does he want to do to it?
He's out of town for about 3 weeks to a month. And he asked me if I could get you down here, and he's always wanted Ian to build something for him. Yeah, he just wants to slam it on the ground. I mean, he's really conservative. But you know what? He's a Cacho, and I'm a Cacho. There's no way it could be subtle.
I think it's starting to sound a bit like a commercial jingle. You came to the right guy, man.
That's it.
This is a good starting point, man. I'm into it. I'm always up for a good surprise, especially when it involves friends. I've worked with this style car before, and there's only one way to do it if you're gonna get it down low. I'm not worried about retaining anything except the look of the outside of the body. A little troglodyte action, get in there and destroy a bunch of stuff. On to the next step. If you were to try to do the traditional lowering method with, big lowering blocks on this, you're gonna run into a ton of problems. The axle's gonna hit the frame, the gas tank's gonna drag on the ground, and the drive shaft's gonna hit the floor. We're gonna leave half the car out here and take the other half inside. You may be thinking, wait, what? Which half? Only the half I need. This experience is coming from a long line of mistakes. Straight ahead. I've tried to lower so many cars in so many different ways, I've learned to just short step the whole process, cut the whole thing out and start fresh. The first step is to clean up the frame, cut off the flanges so that the C-notch set fits and slides in as smooth as pie. Next step is this top cap. Just have to trim that down a little bit and weld it on. And I'm just gonna put one cross brace here, and then I can cut the frame out. There's nothing I love more than jumping head first into a project. Aha! Let's see what kind of rabbits I can pull out of this hat. Another day in paradise at Rancho Russello, cranking out the low and slow. So the next step is the forelink. In addition to those C-notches, I ordered this kit. The whole mission here is to get this car as low as possible and to make it handle better than it ever did. And then the airbags, of course, are gonna let you raise it up and set the ride height to where you want it. This forelink comes as a kit. It's designed for pretty much anything, so it's gotta be customized and fit up to this specific job. This really explains why I have these funny bends in this part of the link. See, all of these bushings are now parallel. That way, as the axle rises, there's no binding. And this is where it always starts to get complicated as you start stacking parts. So this tube will be in the way of any kind of cross member to support that, so I'm gonna have to create some kind of a little perch. At this point in my career, I've messed up a ton of stuff in the past, so now it's kind of like I overbuild most everything that could potentially fail. One reason I'm using this extra strong material is, this car was never designed to lay on the ground or drag around on the street, so that's part of the thing. It's like, what could this confront that this bracket might need extra strength to hold up to? Everything about it operates as it should. The old double jack technique, just another trick from the one-man shop. It's the perfect way to set up a four-link suspension and see how it works. The leaf spring did a twofold thing. It attached the axle to the chassis and suspended the car. These links only attach the axle to the chassis. We need some suspense. In case you're not familiar with them, that's why they're called airbags. Vince wants a car, lays on the ground, and gets up and drives. This'll do it. I think the airbag suspension really took precedence maybe in the mid-90s or so. I mean, they've been around for a long time, but they got mass-produced, and the switches, the valves, the lines, everything has really been so mass-produced and refined. Nowadays, it's pretty much bulletproof. We're making good progress on this 54, but before we get in any deeper, I just wanted to text a little with Vince, send him some photos just to make sure we're on the same page. All right, that's what I wanted to hear. He says, yeah, man, do your thing. For this next setup, I asked my buddy Alan to come by and give me a hand. Alan and I did a quick walk around the car, and I got him up to speed on the vibe of the project so we could hit the ground running.
Nice. I like that.
I've known Alan for a while, and we've worked on some weird projects together, so I feel like I owe it to him to let him get into his jam. He's a consummate sheet metal former and welder. Chop at will. This is where a second set of hands comes in handy, like Alan's hands. They're pretty handy. I don't know, what do you think?
I dig the 2-inch. I really do. From the front, the windshield, I think the 2-inch looks great.
Oh yeah, 2 inches in the front looks perfect.
Then we come to the rear.
Always that. I mean, that's pretty interesting. Like, we could almost just shut it, right?
So if we cut it here and just cut it here and just let it slide down.
Thing with Alan, no discussion needed. We both have our eyes on the end game and we're going for it. I enjoy that style of working because, believe it or not, I don't like to talk. You'd never know that by watching this interview, but, well, let's pop that roof off and let's get in here and clearance all this stuff out. Now it's just that small matter of making it all look convincing. Aha! Gnarly! Dude, that works.
Dude, look at that, wow. Man, that looks freaking awesome. The door line and the roof line just looks so good.
So that big bulge off the back of the roof is definitely knocked down. But now look at the deck lid. It looks like a balloon sticking off the back.
It does
there.
look like a pimple sticking out.
Yeah. Who enlarged the trunk? I can get kind of used to having Alan around. His two hands are way more effective than all four paws of those inspectors. Ahoy!
Hey, what's going on, man?
I just picked up this set of glass front and rear.
Nice.
With this chop, the stock front glass is 2 inches too tall, so it's a simple cut to fit process. That'll be done last, after the paint, after the trim, after everything. So full-size rear, 2-inch shorter front. I was wondering how curved this was. It looks pretty flat. I was relieved to see that this back glass is flat from top to bottom. If it had a curvature in it, then you start to get that sausage effect that I talk about so many times, trying to make it flow. I foresee raising the window frame up past and patching in this much of the roof. Let's just throw a bridge from here up to here. That way you can take all this mess out and we'll recheck the glass as it's supposed to sit. Process here is modify some stuff, fit up the glass. Do a little more welding, fit it up again. The whole challenge here is to not let the sheet metal warp so that the glass is a misfit.
Like a glove.
Look at that.
Wow.
All the glass in this car, except for the rear window, will have to be cut to fit. Roof line now is completely custom, so full custom glass shop, next stop. This is a good layout for it. Now we'll just fill in all the rest of this. You know, we got all the dimensions even around the glass. This is gonna work. You know what I always say at a time like this? It's gonna be awesome. After all this work, I'm ready to get on my big hat and head on down to the lake. See when that drag boat's ready for its maiden voyage. It's been a few days, so let's see what kind of nonsense Victor's got going on in his shop. Wow, this looks cool.
I disassembled it all. I wanted to powder coat the whole frame, and that way you could really see the fabrication you put in. And some minor modification to the body. A little bit of wing action here.
I gotta say, this man's a hustler. All that fiberglass work looks awesome. Rebuilt the engine, the transmission, powder coated the chassis. I mean, what's not to like about this setup? These wings are next level. Just seeing it in foam was one thing, but now it looks like he took a surfboard and cut it in half and stuck some taillights in it. I'm feeling it, man. I love this.
Yeah, that's an instrument panel to a 1959 Ford Edsel. The speedometer goes sideways.
Like this boat's gonna go when you get on the throttle.
We don't know if it's gonna go up, down, float, or sink, but at least we got a cool instrument panel.
In addition to all the other progress, there's this newest element of this swooping front shape across the dashboard area of the boat. It's super unique. That's such a weird element. I would have never come up with that, but I see it now. It's like if it was to splash water, the water would just go right around the driver and the passenger.
Well, it's like, what do you do? I think you're nuts and I'm a little nuts too. Not as bad as you, but
Hey,
I'm
Steph.
getting there. As we keep working together, we gotta be careful.
This thing is looking crazy cool.
That's it. It's mine are just 1, 2 things. That's it.
Perfect. It's just what it needed.
And that's why I brought you down here to number 1. Give me approval on what you see. I need you to help me put the motor back in the dragster and put the dragster underneath the boat. I don't know, that doesn't sound right, but
Yeah. No, I came up with that concept. I'm familiar with the whole procedure, Captain. Probably not gonna be as simple as I explained to Victor. You know, like everything else that's full custom, there's gonna have to be some workarounds.
Hey, Ian, I feel like I'm on the drag racing pit crew.
Back it up.
Watch your fingers.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades here.
Victor's like the conductor at the orchestra. You know, that's who he is. He's not the guy turning wrenches and spraying stuff, but he is in charge of a large number of resources, and he conducts his orchestra pretty well.
Ian, so did you have to bend that oil pan or what?
No, this thing was dropped in the backyard, remember? It made its own clearance, so I just figured, hey, I'll use it.
So in other words, if I change that to a chrome one, I got to adjust it somehow.
You got to throw it on the ground a few dozen times, yeah. I got to say, I forgot to mention to Victor, hey, by the way, don't take the body off the boat. I didn't design it that way. I literally hung the boat in position and it's welded in a whole bunch of brackets. I can't believe they got it off of the chassis in one piece.
Down.
Come forward.
Yeah.
Right there.
No, this side.
Yeah, we gotta do the opposite. Did you have the tires off or something? If building a drag boat spectacle was easy, then everybody'd be doing it. Or would they?
Well, how did you do it? Up,
Right there, yeah, you got
up.
it. What did you do? There's a lot of shaking and bobbing and squirming and worming to get this thing back in place, isn't it, fellas?
On three. 1, 2, 3. All right. But we have to lock it
gotta
in the
latch
front
this.
first. Pull that from underneath. Yeah, pull that. Okay, there you
got
go.
it.
Now put it down.
Hold
wait.
it, come forward again.
Come forward again. Okay.
Backwards. The thing is, everybody thinks it's my fault, right? It's like, oh, what knucklehead built it this way? You can't even put it back together. Lift up and back.
Okay, lift up in the back.
You were not supposed to take the boat apart.
Take it out.
Okay, drop
I
it.
drop it down.
Ever.
I pull it down. All right, you got it. Who said you couldn't do that? Just don't do it again. All right, are you guys ready? I'm ready.
Hell yes.
I got my captain hat on.
Amongst the struggle, it's great to see Victor keeping the spirit alive.
Good job.
That's what it's all about. Rally the troops, keep the morale high, stay the course. I'm telling you, this is the proverbial icing on the cake. It's all happening right in front of us. Stance, awesome. The fins, I wasn't expecting. The intake, looking good. It's really under development now.
Things you come up with, I don't know about you.
Back at the ranch, we got one more hurdle to jump through on Vince's lowrider. Oh yeah, every time you look at this, it's like, it just looks right. From the deck lid forward, this shop works, man.
Yeah, it's looking really good.
Once you lower the roof, the deck lid looks massive.
Yeah, it does look like a lot of junk in the trunk.
What happens is when you come all the way out to that bulge, you got all this space in here, you know, it just doesn't flow. We bring this across from, say, the top of the trunk across this way. So that's like a pretty pronounced arc. So if we were to lower this, it'll make the fenders appear bigger, which is cool.
Yeah, I think it's a really big plus, especially thinking about 55, 56, and 57.
That's what they did.
They raised it up, so let's do it. I'm excited.
The cut on this deck lid is pretty important because with a shape like this, as it comes together, you want it to overlap itself. You don't want something to happen where they mismatch and you have to put in a filler piece. So we're trying not to add any metal to this, so the cut's gotta count. So we're about 1.25 inches below sea level.
What does it look like from the sides?
It's better, but I want it betterer. This is the critical moment, right? This is the decision. Cut it more, cut it less. Does it match the chop? Is it right? How far do we need to go, Alan? How far? Now it's starting to flow. Really exaggerates those fenders now. I mean, what a difference.
Does it really? Oh, wow. Man, I don't know. I don't know, man. What do you think?
Whenever I'm looking at something, it's like, man, does it look like, oh, it would have been better if he went a little bit in a different direction, right? That's what I'm thinking about. It's like, does it look like it's, oh, he was a little nervous? Or did it look like, yeah, he went for it? So I'm that guy where I need to like push it further. And I don't want to make it to look too cartoony, but I gotta tell you, I'm that guy.
I don't know, man. I think you're there. What are you thinking?
Let's just see how it lays in with that stress off of it. This is the world I live in, right? There's a devil on one and an angel on the other, right? And they're both talking. I'm like, just wanting to buckle. It's the max.
We're maxed.
Yeah. See, now it looks like something happened.
There we go.
What happened? Nobody knows. It just somehow works. That's perfect. Look, the taillights are way out.
Man, look at it from back here. It looks so good. It looks so good.
Pushing it further this time paid off. flows right down to where the bumper's gonna be. That came together just about
Yeah,
perfect.
this thing, a liposuction.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really what this whole deal is about. Just, making something you're proud of and looking forward to the next challenge. Yeah, now when you're looking at it, it's like it just swoops right down.
I'm definitely glad you decided to go lower on the deck lid. Looking at it now, that's definitely the way to go.
Hell to the yes. Al and I got the body all finished up. It looks pretty darn smooth, almost like nothing happened. There's gonna be a minimal amount of body filler on this. The way the chop came out, it looks really tight. The deck lid is a perfect accompaniment to that. The last thing is a new front suspension, and I have just the thing. We're going all the way, so I got this cool air ride set up from Scotty Chops. It's a Fat Man Fabrication kit with airbags, disc brakes, drop spindles, and rack and pinion steering. All the good stuff. Whenever I install one of these kits, I fit everything up, make sure it's good on the table before I even check it out on the car. It's kind of Mustang 2, but it's not. It's completely one-off. The cool thing about the 54 Chevy, this whole front crossmember unbolts. So I know that looked real easy, but it actually took me half a day yesterday. I had to torch off a lot of the hardware, but pretty much this thing does just unbolt. The old front end is like that old grizzled, dusty gunfighter from the old West. The new front end is like the 21st century RoboCop, coming in to regulate and lay waste to all traditional lowriders on the boulevard. Measure, measure, measure. Although this is a custom kit, things are pretty different when you want to go really low. So this kit comes with all the eventualities, right? Is it going to be this ride height or that ride height? And this thing's thing is pretty low, so we're going to use all the accessories. I had to notch out for the rack and pinion steering. I did a little of this, a little of that. So that's pretty much the front end assembly. You can see it definitely an improvement from what you had. All brand new components and air ride. Yeah, this thing came together just about perfect. Victor says he's got something brewing with that boat, so I got some assembly to finish on this. I want to get down there and see what he's got going on. What's hidden behind door number 1? Well, at Victor's house, you know and I know, you never really know. Holy wingdings.
Now you know how I felt when you brought it to me.
Oh, yes. This is perfect, man. Victor never ceases to amaze nor disappoint. The bodywork is on point. It looks like it's one fabricated piece. It's awesome. This is something I was a little bit hesitant about, but like you say, it's always got to have that kind of voluptuous curve in some place, right? The fins really help with this exhaust. This thing was so low in the back, it was all this stuff jumping out of the rear of it. The fins make it all come together.
That softens it up.
I really like the way Victor handled the back end of this boat. It was a big cut open gaping hole, and he took the piece that I cut out, modified that, and made the same detail, but now there's plenty of room for the engine and radiator. If you didn't see this boat before, you would think that you found some kind of exotic speedboat from the 60s or 50s.
It's definitely out there. I mean,
Yeah.
You were out to lunch on this one.
I'm gonna get my cape. I'm gonna get some special high-heeled sneakers and sunglasses. It's gonna be nice.
My only goal is I don't want it to be the Bat boat. Right off the bat, oh, Batmobile wings. It ain't the Batmobile. It's an Ian spectacle. Now we got to paint this thing in, but we have to paint it to complement the boat without it looking like, I need a cape to drive it.
That's one thing I think I excel at in regards to Victor's response to what people will think of his projects. I'm just like, yeah, whatever, take it for what it is. And he's like, no, it's not that. Before Bob gets here, Victor and I are gonna hash out a few paint ideas. Man, where's he going with this? Is he gonna make it all crazy lowrider? Is it gonna be like the flow of the ocean? Or what's he even thinking? It seems pretty fresh. I like his ideas. Well, it complements the actual embossing in the side of it too.
And
Same
that's
vibe,
true. I
right?
didn't even think of that. I got 4 colors, but we're only going to use 3. I see the whole side orange and the wings orange, and then the purple goes in between there, and then whatever else we add.
Yeah, just tell Bob that exactly. Just majority of it's orange and then put some purple on it, little silver, no green. It's just a little sprinkle of pepper and a little spice. Everything's nice.
That's it.
That's perfect directions.
What the heck you got involved in here?
He did it. I didn't do nothing. Ian did it all.
Just as things are starting to get real loose, here comes Bob.
This is very cool.
He swoops in like the masked man in the nick of time.
Kind of feels like the Batmobile.
Uh-oh, who said the B word?
Good, I'm glad you said that because I want to get it out of your system. I don't want it to look like the Batmobile. That's why I brought you here to take that Batmobile look away. The paint scheme can't look like the Batmobile.
One rule in this shop, no bat time, no bat channel.
It has wings like the Batmobile. That's all it has in common. And Batman.
Well, let's lay out some lines, see what comes forth. Do you actually call this a boat?
We don't know what to call it. We're hoping you would help us out with that. Whenever I'm working with like an old school pro, I'm just kind of quiet because I'm looking at the technique, I'm looking at the ideas, that type of thing. As a one-man shop, I'm always trying to, figure out my resources, and this guy's an encyclopedia of paint design.
What do you think? Are we heading in the right direction?
I think so.
Ian told me never follow the rules.
We'll be right back. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Oh, wow.
What's happening?
Mr. Ian,
How's it going?
dude, what'd you do to this thing? This is awesome.
The question is, what didn't I do?
Yeah.
There is an art to fitting the car to the client. Knowing Vince, he's an artist, he's a musician. He's got style, right?
Nice.
He can't be driving no clapped out stock 54 Chevy.
No, this looks great, man. This is my dream car. This is my dream car, and it's actually happening.
Just like the rest of the Cacho clan, I know that Vince wants to put his personal stamp on this project. So it's in a perfect position for him to take it to body, paint, interior, whatever he's thinking. It's a canvas waiting to get set up. Yeah, well, it's one thing seeing it in the shop up close, but let's take it outside. You'll really see when it's on the ground, the line that it gives. It's really neat.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Now stand over there and watch it drop.
It's subtle, it's nothing too extreme. It just goes with it.
Looks like it should be that way.
You made it that way.
Yeah.
Just can't wait for this thing to get cruised on the road. I already have a playlist on my shuffle for this car, man.
You got the soundtrack and
I
everything.
got the soundtrack for this car, man. I
Just
can't wait to
paint it,
cruise it.
yeah.
Ian, I couldn't thank you enough. This thing's awesome, man. I appreciate it. Let's
Yeah,
get
man.
this thing to paint.
Heck yeah.
And let's go cruise it.
I'm stoked. I gotta be careful on what I'm putting out here lately, or I'm gonna get a reputation for doing that type of thing. I like it wild, man. Let's stay on the track with Victor. As the song goes, I've been through the desert on a boat with no name, and this fits the bill perfectly.
You brought me crazy, I give you crazy back, man.
What the heck have you done? This is out of control. I love it.
I had to bring you out in the desert where the aliens hang out because this just ain't right. Something's going on here. Our minds are drifting.
Walking up on this thing, it's a complete freak show. It's everything I could have imagined and more. Victor took it over the top. I mean, my concept was something, and he just went super double, triple extra on it. I don't know what to say. It's kind of next level.
Subtle crazy.
Crazy. It's crazy.
It kind of sounds like it looks.
Last time I saw it was a work in progress, and man, getting it all detailed out, get the chrome on it, the fins are all dialed in with the taillights and the paint. This thing is wild. In the sun at this angle, that foil is like, it's like neon. Look at that. It's just popping right off the surface. He did take it to the nursery and put it around, he said, and he's gonna park it there. Of course, it's a spectacle, but this has nothing to do with his marketing savvy. He's just looking to build this crazy thing, right? I know that guy. I love the interior too, man.
I just took all your extra hats and made the upholstery.
Super, super deluxe.
Well, you ready to take it for a test drive? I told you, you're driving it for the first time.
You don't gotta ask me twice.
Co-pilot ready for takeoff.
We don't need hats where we're going. Yeehaw! I think Victor was really digging it. You know, it's always a thing when you're building something, you never really have the time to step back. So I think this was good for him because he was like entrenched, right? They were doing all the stuff to finish it. So for him to get in the passenger seat and just cruise it, I think he felt really good about it.
Hey,
Let's put that over there. Oh, it's nice. Nice ride.
I think we need a steering wheel.
This is exactly like being on a boat on the water, except you're out on the concrete. It's the same feeling. Open air, you're just cruising along. Power's there. You know, the drive line through the V-drive, it handles it well. It's a mover. It's a lot like being out on the lake, man.
Feel the breeze,
Awesome.
the water hit your face.
Love it. It doesn't fit into a class of vehicle at all. So, you know, Victor's saying a spectacle, I'm saying cartoon car, just not like anything. There's only one of them in the world. That's the cool thing about it. Call it a success, man.
It was pretty awesome. I mean, hey, first trial run with the wind hitting your hair. Just one question, what do I say it is?
I don't know.
It's not a boat, it's not a car.
You know, you got to watch out what you ask for from now on. You left the slate wide open on this one, and look what happened. You need to be more specific next time. We're in Ventura, California. It's the Chopper Fest. Just looking around, see what's happening. I got a couple ideas of a bike I want to build, and I'm just seeing what's out there. Seems like the bike world's taken a couple turns in what's popular with style. For me, the 60s, 70s, the chopper thing that was going on is really the core of it. Traditional bikes have a really lean profile, and of course they got stretched out just to be crazier. That's what I'm into. I want to build a bike that reflects that. The thing I like about these bikes is it's all fashion. They probably don't ride that good, but damn, they look bitchin'. Forks are all stretched out, no suspension, rigid frames, really stretched out forks, just crazy ideas on wheels. A big part of the chopper scene were these straight four engines, Hondas, Suzuki's. Denver's Choppers was building frames for these kind of engines, and I just think it's cool. I want to take that element of a really long bike, but make it a three-wheeler. I'm walking away from here with a lot of cool ideas. I still haven't found the right parts yet. Chopper Fest is a great show. I got a bunch of cool ideas. After seeing a few trikes out there, I think there's room for improvement. I have an engine from a '79 Honda Goldwing. It's a motorcycle motor and transmission. I want to mate it to a car rear end. My friend Don, he's got all kinds of cars and trucks. The last time I was over there, I remember seeing a rear end from an El Camino. I think they'll be perfect for this trike. Yeah, this would be perfect. I'll just clean this up and bring it home. This is the test fit. Hopefully it's good. It actually fits. Number 2. Well, I'll be. It actually works. Wow, I mean, it works. It totally works. I'm always hesitant to let stuff leave the shop, but the machine shop did it perfect. It looks great. It's gonna roll. This rear U-joint matches the rear axle, so that's a GM part. And I just happen to have this old U-joint from a '49 Ford laying around. So I welded them together so that it's like a miniature drive shaft. The thing about the U-joints is the only way I'm really gonna know if it works is after it's done. The shakedown run, that's what's gonna tell the tale. The way that I've been building things, it's really found objects. It's used parts, old stuff, things that really have no purpose being together. I could just buy a motor and transmission and rear axle from a supplier. They sell trike kits all day long. For me, the turn on is trying to get this thing together with all these unique parts that don't go together. I'm gonna go visit my friend Gary. He's an old school biker. I know he's got what I need.
I've been in this building here for 36 years, and he mentioned something about what he was doing and on a bike, and I said, wait a minute, I think I have something buried here that that you could possibly use.
Long time no see, sir. Best thing about having friends like Gary is he's been around forever. He was doing the thing when this was popular, so I know he's got what I need. I'm coming to steal the forks I've been hounding you for 10 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
I spy. Here they are.
Aha!
Yeah, I was gonna do a project with them, and I never got around to it. And no sense of letting them just die.
Right on. They're definitely old and used, but they got good grease in them. These are perfect, man.
I've reached a point in age where, you know, I gotta start clean some of this stuff out of here. You can collect only so much, and then you go, what are you ever gonna use it? No. The Z-bars?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are a wall hanger.
Right. These are the real deal. These are old school. These parts are great. I just need one more thing. I looked right next to the ladder, and there it was. An Invader rim. That's an Invader rim, sir. What the heck? This is old school too, man.
That'd be perfect for that front end.
Tire looks like brand new. This is exactly the flavor that I was going for, man. You want the right stuff, you gotta go to the right people. Totally fits. It's exactly the combo.
I didn't even realize that.
It's perfect. The whole flavor of the thing is 1970s wild chopper stuff. So the forks are period correct, the handlebars are from that era, and I even got a front rim and tire. It's a good setup. It looks like it could have been back then. It's like a time machine. Well, it really helps, right? So I gotta polish all this stuff up, then assemble it. I mean, I'm not gonna re-chrome any of this stuff. It looks great. I'm just gonna clean it, steel wool it, polish it. I want it to look like it was from like a leftover, you know? Total survivor. I think these are perfect. You know, it just occurred to me, I've been sitting working for 10 years, 8 hours a day on this freaking work seat. I think it's perfect. I want the seat to be right on the axle. As soon as I put it in place, I was like, wow, it's low back, really wide. It's perfect. I'm gonna put the seat right on the rear axle, so I'm gonna bend a hoop and set the seat. That way I can sit on the axle, put my hands on the bars, and decide where they should be. Using this 2-inch round tube for the seat support, I'm building the whole frame out of this. It's 1/8-inch wall, it's super strong. I'm just gonna twist it up and make my own frame. So I made these two little saddles out of 3/4-inch square tube. They're gonna sit right on there, and that should be plenty secure. This is what I'm looking for. Kind of low, kind of forward. That way with the rigid rear axle, you know, you're not leaning back and it's not beating up your back. It's gonna be a pretty rough ride. So like this, at least you got your own little internal spring working. Wind in my hair, bugs in my teeth. Here we go. I'm just working through getting this frame welded up. I really want to spend my time on the bodywork and the gas tank. You're not gonna see the frame at all. It's not a feature, it's just a structural element. It's got a rigid rear end. It has no suspension in the back. So the only thing that's gonna give is the headset, the Springer forks. There's no shocks, so it's gotta be a strong frame. I think I'm gonna set up the top tube in the frame so that the gas tank sits above it. Like you see the Frisco style choppers with the gas tank above the frame. I kinda wanna reflect on that. Most times you'll see like a straight backbone that comes through straight up into the headset. I put a little bend in it because I don't want a big like tunnel through the gas tank. I want to put as much fuel in here as possible. Because it's going to be a coffin tank, I was thinking it would just follow the line of this bend. You'd have a big open shape that held a lot of fuel. So this is the look I'm going for. I see the 2-inch tube backbone, 1.5-inch uprights, and then I'm putting a big gusset around through the headset. I'll weld it in all the way around, so it's big, chunky gusset holding the headset in place. The whole idea of the trike, it goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, all the cool kids in the neighborhood, they had big wheels. Everything I build with these far out proportions, it all goes back to that. When I grow up, I'm gonna have the craziest freaking trike or the wildest hot rod ever. This is one of those instances where you realize you can never have too many clamps. You can see it swings down and then out and then back around, and it's all one panel. It's gonna be a lot easier when it comes to bodywork because there's no welded seams. Some people may cut it on the highs and lows, but I just swung it right around. In the end, I'm gonna paint these fenders so they look like some kind of a carnival freak show. I want it to look like you're locked in on some kind of a wild ride. All right. It's getting closer. The whole idea with the fenders, you can see now, your legs ain't gonna rub. It's perfect. You got just enough to keep you off of that. Still got your wheelchair action. It's pretty cool. Something about the bars that were on the forks, they just looked a little too small proportionally in relation to the rear tires especially. I just want the bars to be a little bit more forward and not so down in the wrists. I want them kind of straight out. I feel like with those giant back tires, the handlebars should be a little beefier, so I'm gonna make them out of this 1.5-inch round. See on the top of the bars how they come backwards towards the rider. I don't want that much angle. I want them to be a little bit more forward. I want a little bit of pullback, so I'm just gonna put this piece of bar stock under it. And I'll set up the angles like so. And that should be good. Just kind of winging it, whatever looks good. If they don't look good, I'll make another set. How's that sound? Right now, I'm just trying to make sure that they're both even. You don't want one limp arm, right? So I'm keeping these angles parallel, straight through, and then they're the same distance off the table. And that's all there is to it. Another issue with the forks that were on the bars was the risers. I thought they looked a little bit too spread out. I wanted something right down on the headset so that the springs really showed. These are the risers. They're gonna weld on the bottom of the handlebars. Instead of bolting on like those, it'll be a clean, clean look. See, I welded the little nut inside. Then there's the bottom plate. Makes it very, very strong. Feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. Born to be mild. The bike's really coming together. It's got the flavor. The handlebars were like the final touch with the fabrication. It's on. Now that the fabrication's done, I'm really starting to think about some crazy paint job ideas. But even that's getting ahead of myself. I need to make sure this motor runs. It's been sitting around for a while, and I hope it still works. This build's coming along great. The next big thing I gotta deal with is the engine. So I'm gonna try to adapt a Volkswagen carburetor to this Honda engine. I had this thing laying around, I just put a rebuild kit in it. Aside from my personal belief that everything should have a bit of Volkswagen in it, They're basically the same shape engines. A VW is a flat 4 boxer motor. The Honda Goldwing's the same thing. From the factory, the bike came with 4 independent carburetors with a big junction box that was the air cleaner. It was really well designed for maximum performance, but they're gone. In looking at the Volkswagen motors, they have a center carburetor with a long runner connecting both cylinder banks, and then they have a short splitter like on the dual port manifolds. It seems that they tried to make this as even and short as possible. So I'm gonna try to replicate that. Bought these U-bends, and of course they're not the right radius. They don't match from cylinder to cylinder. So the first step is to cut them so that they fit the existing intake from the Honda. The Honda motor and a Volkswagen motor, this style, are pretty similar. I don't see why this intake wouldn't work. Those 2 half circles you see coming out of the castings will get welded together, and then there'll be a port cut on the inside edge of each of them where the crossover tube mounts. Next, I'm gonna make a tube that crosses over the engine. After that, just make a riser for the carburetor and weld a base plate on. I'm using the same size tube and making a cross member that goes left to right on the engine. It'll look kind of like a dog bone, but I'll put it upright in the center of that holds the carburetor. It's gonna go 10,000 miles per hour. It's amazing. This intake is just a shot in the dark. It's my best guess, just like everything else I build. I'm just winging it. Those 2 half circles you see coming out of the castings will get welded together, and then there'll be a port cut on the inside edge of each of them where the crossover tube mounts. Next, I'm gonna make a tube that crosses over the engine. After that, just make a riser for the carburetor and weld a base plate on. I'm using the same size tube and making a cross member that goes left to right on the engine. It'll look kind of like a dog bone, but I'll put it upright in the center of that holds the carburetor. It's gonna go 10,000 miles per hour. It's amazing. This intake is just a shot in the dark. It's my best guess, just like everything else I build. I'm just winging it. Found this cool little air cleaner. It's more just like a wire screen, but I modified the end of it so that it fits the VW carb. And now you understand why the frame has that strange shape in the front. See, that sits just like that. Pretty slick. So all I need to do now is just make a tube that goes up and holds the carb. Like most things, best laid plans never seem to come to fruition that easy. This isn't gonna work at all. I didn't take into consideration the way the throttle linkage is gonna hit the manifold. Pretty much married to the idea of the intake being this shape. I gotta come up with a way to make this work. I think I'm just gonna make a curved tube that sets the carb a little bit forward. I had intended it for it to be right on top of the intake, but it's gonna be a little bit offset. Yeah, the motor's rigid mounted, it's not gonna shake, so the carb won't hit the frame. It's all good. Bitchin'. I think it looks great. It's exactly what I was thinking. You always gotta jump hurdles to get there. In the end, it's what I wanted. Now that I got the intake squared away, I'm stoked. It looks like it's gonna go. I don't know if it's gonna work. It's time to try to start this thing. It's the moment of truth. All right, let's try to give it some fire. Every internal combustion engine is pretty much the same theory, so I knew somewhere it wasn't getting electricity where it needed it. No spark. There's this red wire just sitting here. I don't know if that goes to power. There's a little thing in here. It's no more ignition points. So this magnetic module needs power. That's what it is. Aha. So somebody changed out the points to this cool little electronic ignition. I had this whole motor rigged. The wires were twisted together, there was no fuel tank, no exhaust. I don't even know if there was oil in it. I just wanted to hear it go. Prepare for start. As soon as I put power to that red wire, like a light switch, it started right up. Next step is to get the tank and the fenders painted. Pull this motor back out, shine it all up, run the fuel lines, electricity, and ride it. This bike is bitchin'. I'm really stoked. I mean, it totally works. It feels good, it's got plenty of power. I couldn't have done it better myself. It's perfect. If you just want to have fun, enjoy something, goof off, this is the bike for you. The whole thing with this is to look like a giant toy. It looks like a big wheel. It's one thing to think about a project, but to see it right there, it's great. It's what I live for. My whole thing is just trying to push it, trying to push the boundaries. It's easy to make something that's already cool. I want to do something new. Paint's really kind of a loose interpretation of like a psychedelic 60s chopper kind of thing. You know, it's got the pearlies and the flakes and stuff. I just thought it fit. I mean, I think it works really good with the bike. You can't go wrong with an octopus gas cap, and that's like next level. It's a squeaky toy, it was a dog chew. It looked like a gas cap. The whole rear of the bike was really just something to take your eyes away from the radiator. It's a really simple setup. It's just a mesh screen, covers the radiator. There's 6 exhaust tips, 3 on each side, some cool, old school British taillights, and that's it, bodywork. It's a liquid cool bike, so I really just tried to make it look like a royal throne. That was the chopper vibe. Throne on wheels, and hey, there it is. I just finished the trike. I brought it out here to the Born Free show to reveal it, and it's on. Born Free show was the perfect venue to take this to. It's just mellow, good vibes, great show. I feel like this show really embodies that 60s, 70s hand-built bike vibe. You see a lot of really long bikes, thin tires, everything that was happening before the mass production.
I have a trike myself, a chopper trike Ironhead. And this one here is totally hand-built. It's one of a kind, totally unique. Whoever put this together knew what they wanted as opposed to anything else. I mean, you're not going to see 2 of them. And we're looking at the drive shaft on this, going to the rear end axle. Just it's totally unique.
I've always built Japanese bikes, and I noticed this had an old Goldwing motor in it. That's from the same era as the bikes I build, so I came over and took a look at it. I like all the angles, you know. I like a style of bike called a digger. and they had angled tanks like that, you know, like mid-70s sci-fi type of stuff. And I noticed that before I even realized it had the Japanese motor in it. Once I saw the gold wing, that just topped it off. Didn't notice it until we stood here, but it's got a seat off a lawnmower on it, you know, and it's perfect. Nobody would ever guess, but I mean, he did the same thing, just home built different ideas, and it works perfectly.
The whole thing behind what I'm doing is it is meant to be displayed. It's meant to be exhibited, thrown out there for everybody.
It's pretty sick. You can make a Honda Goldwing look cool.
And a badass trike that's like super short. I don't think it's probably pops wheelies like no other.
A lot of ingenuity in it, very clean.
The reason I wanted to build this trike in this 70s style is because I guess the 70s style bike was a little more experimental, it's more creative, and I just like that aspect of it.
It's kind of like the weirder it is, the more it sticks out. So.
Yep, yeah, more people like it.
It's hard to describe exactly why I need to do this, and that really is the proper word. I need to do this. As I understand it, you only live once, and for whatever reason, I need to build these things. Being at a show like this, the Born Free, it really turns you on. No other way to put it. These guys have it nailed. It really makes me want to build something else. The next thing I build is really defined by what's laying in the scrap pile. That's how this thing was built. I'm bringing in my friend Johnny to collaborate on another project. Hey, howdy.
What's up, man?
The past projects Johnny and I have collaborated on are pure show car. You know, just these wild concept vehicles, and they came out awesome. One was called the Johnny 5. It's just a mutant front engine VW pickup. And another one called the Space Junkie. We're always trying to raise the bar, so it's set fairly high on the last collaboration.
Under that tarp could be this wild creation that's already been done. It's already this amazing killer custom car that we're gonna now take apart and recreate, or it could just be a pile of 2 or 3 parts, and I'm just ready to see what's under the tarp.
My whole thing is get the artist in the house, no preconceptions. I like to bring the shock and awe factor.
Okay. Yikes.
It's a little funky, right? This is like a 1970s. It's called
Yeah,
it's called a Kellison Sandpiper. So it's a pickup truck dune buggy. It looks like this, but what it is isn't what it appears. We just have to one-up everything we've done so far. Johnny and I have been down this road before. You know, last time we started, it was like, whoa, this is incredible. You know, this time it's maybe not that much. As it sits now, it's not the eye-popping show car you read about, but I can envision it. This has got potential.
There's something here.
I tend to forget I need to get people warmed up to my ideas. You know, this roof comes off. That's why I called you here. Like, anything goes. You know, my other car, we cut it apart. I'm not married to any of this. Don't think about specifics of a bubble top or a dune buggy or whatever.
So you're not necessarily married to the classic dune buggy thing, then? Okay.
No, that's the thing. Full custom show car. My whole goal with this is like a nice, finished, high quality vehicle. I was telling Johnny, dune buggy isn't the key word here, it's show car. That's the end result. I did all the mechanical stuff, so it's basically a driving car as is if I put the engine in, and I stalled on it because I want to make something crazy.
Okay.
Something like no one's ever seen. It's not a dune buggy.
Still keeping it rear engine, I'm assuming?
It's going to be rear engine for sure. Anything goes back there.
And as far as...
The wheelbase is set.
So in my head, you know, I'm thinking to myself, man, there's not much here. What could I even bring to this? You know, that kind of thing. So I'm really gonna have to push the limits of my abilities.
My whole logic here is I'm trying to bring out the best in Johnny, you know, all of his creativity. If I showed him something again that was like a finished vehicle, we'd be running over old territory. Start with something completely, you know, straight in your face, nothing but potential, and just let him run with it.
One of the things that Ian made pretty clear about this particular build is we're gonna keep it fiberglass. It's a nod back to the godfather of customization, Ed Roth.
Focus.
There's the car as is. And I tried to like do, you know, here's the original type fender, and then if it was
First drawing looks pretty much just like a dune buggy, and you know, hey, everybody's got one. I'm looking to push it way further. From here forward, look, that's the thing. The car is arching, right? It's like a thing ready to pounce, which is awesome.
The first drawing was really some simple things that we could do to change the look of the vehicle with still kind of a nod to how it already is. And then the second was a little more dramatic and trying to incorporate some crazy ideas. And then the third one,
oh yeah, let's see.
What about a van thing?
That takes this, and it's like, it's still a utility, but it's a panel truck.
Right.
And I get my roof.
And your porthole.
And the porthole.
Like, these are really rough. They're not like fine-tuned drawings. These are real rough. I guess the coolest part is that he's always like, nah, that represents what I see. I see that. He doesn't need this elaborate rendering. He goes, I like that, I like that, I like that, and already, like, it's already built in his head.
I love your idea of arching the fenders up so we can get the car lower. I think that's what we should start with, for sure. Let's do it.
Okay.
Hey, the board meeting's over here.
Yeah,
This
over
side.
here.
Come on, check this out.
What do you think?
Driver's in the front, hands on the wheel, dog is in the back, tongue in the breeze. I think we got the green light on this project. All that's left to do is start building. I want to cut these open and then create your front fenders. I want to start there.
Where they're really archy?
With that archy top, right? The thing that you did on your drawing is the hot ticket. Being that this front suspension is adjustable and I want it as low as possible, we need to get these fenders out of the way. What's happening is the fenders are coming down and hitting the tire at the ride height I want. It ain't gonna roll.
I came in pretty nervous, excited but nervous and not sure where we're gonna go. And now we're on to the next page. Now how do we take this and turn it into that drawing?
Aha! All right, now you do the same thing, but better. It's time to put Johnny to work. No free rides in this shop.
Boom. So you're taking that and you're gonna go out around that as well.
You can even see right here where it's rubbing, right? You'll see. I got room to steer. One thumb. I want to make the most of my time here with Johnny, and you know, the envisioning, the mock-up process is critical. When you're mocking stuff up three-dimensionally, it's quite a different thing. Form your fender shape that you desire out of that. Johnny's kind of out of his element here, you know, he puts the pen on the paper, so I give him a couple envisioning tools, you know, a piece of TIG welding rod, and here, pull it, make some shapes, do as thou wilt, and we'll see how to make it better. It's three-dimensional envisioning. I love that. Is that?
Oh,
that.
yeah.
That's all I would think is
roll it back.
maybe just that.
So even more aggressive, a little more aggressive. Yeah.
Once Johnny has a line drawn, we're gonna take a board, we're gonna trace it, duplicate it, that way both sides are the same. So what I'm creating is a contour of the top surface of the fender. After it's all hardened, we flip the body over and pull all of this material, the foam, etc., out from underneath. And we're using some great stuff. Shake these. Shake them.
All right. We're laying down the spray foam stuff. Ian's going at it like a precision surgeon, real nice and neat and clean. And mine's this big blob of mess.
Stay in the center. You're too high. Stay in the center. Yeah, exactly. Thing is, when you're in the house of the master, there can only be one master. You are top chef. Look at that layout, man. This panel truck idea has got me kind of thinking about stuff. I'm gonna talk to Johnny and take him on a little field trip. So this stuff's happening. You know, I got an idea for the back. You know, all we need is shapes. So let's take a ride. There's this one in particular that relates perfectly to our project. So this is a Falcon sedan delivery. Same vibe with the roof line as what we're doing with our project.
So I walk up on this thing. Oh man, it's sitting real nice and real low. But there was something definitely different about what it is or what it was. There's just something different about it.
Yeah, no, this car is full custom.
Yeah.
I took it to him with a donor car and told him put the front end on, back end, we're all good, clip that all on. Well, when I was absent, Ian cut this car right down in half, right down the middle.
We simply split the car in half lengthwise, widened it 8 inches, and put it on an entirely modern chassis.
Even from the early days of Ian building vehicles, it was never about sticking to the rules. Yeah, I'll do whatever it takes. Split a car down the center? Yeah, that's what I gotta do to get it to fit.
As you can see with that camper shell over there, it's the same vibe, you know? Basically, this style vehicle with the wild fiberglass fenders and everything else we got going on. I just can't wait to get back to the shop and show Johnny how this camper shell will transform into a panel wagon.
I don't know, man.
I mean, look at the roof from here. That's kind of your drawing, dude. So, I mean, it's wide, but we'll do it exactly like the Ranchero. Cut it right down the center.
It's a little, it looks like it's gonna be a lot of work to cut that thing down though, right? I mean, that's a lot of pieces.
So it's simple math, right? So we come in here real fast, right? I see your visor here. We're gonna cut this off. That's gone. This bottom part's gone. This is canted forward. It's sliced through the middle. It's narrowed. Simple, right?
Yeah, that seems really easy to do.
We know right away this thing is way too big, so time for emergency surgery. I'm gonna whack this thing into shape and mock it up on the car.
And again, in Ian fashion, no hesitation, no pre-planning. He just grabs a saw. He didn't run a tape line. He just starts cutting.
Check this out.
And then suddenly, like the lines of the front of where he cut it and the back end start making sense. This might work.
King of the road. I think this is the move, man.
Yeah, I'm totally seeing it now.
Yeah, hands on the wheel.
The raked windshield, this cut back like that, that filled in. Plenty of room for the porthole.
I think it's gonna work.
I'm seeing it now.
The mock-up process is starting to take shape. You know, it's looking better every second. We're building the underside of the car, so it looks super sloppy, but that's okay because we're gonna refine it. The whole idea is once we have some type of structure, we can start refining it, you know, and then playing on how it interacts with the rest of the body lines.
I've watched Ian do metalwork on stuff, and usually the results for the eye are really quick. This, it doesn't really look good.
Those are gonna set up, let them sit till tomorrow. Let's get busy on this. The whole thing about restyling a car, chop top, right? You're trying to make some kind of a statement of a flow of the vehicle. So this ain't no tail dragger, it's just some kind of funky nose down 70s freak machine. And the roof's gotta follow suit.
So Ian's like Dr. Frankenstein, and there's the monster, and I'm just Igor, just trying to not get in the doctor's way and be the best help I can be. Yes, master, whatever you want, master.
How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
The whole thing with this is just chop, cut, envision, you know? This is a really easy panel to set in place. It's the angle that counts. Chop, top, camper top.
Super working.
Dude, this is it.
Who is that mystery man?
You know, I show up to a car show and I'm like, hey, thanks, glad you like the paint job. Yeah, I'll be with you in 1 second. Yeah, no, well, my friend and I built it. I mean, you've never heard anybody say, man, that car was so cool. Did you see how he entered and exited with such grace? I feel like this chop top look, we're on the right path. This is what the car needed. We gotta cut the back of that car off right now. I can't look at it. I can't stand to witness it one more second. It's gotta go.
We'll totally see the look that way.
Exactly, right. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's just figure out this opening, because this looks funny. Yeah, you can see how wide this is, you know? We know we're gonna have an opening to get in here.
Right.
Probably cut this up a bit. It's the old school guillotine technique, right? So this is your wall surface, and that's the line. Stick your neck out, and wherever that blade came down got chopped off. Exactly that, the guillotine technique. Strength. Aha. We have our pre-seasoned fiberglass panel. I was using this wooden panel as my mixing board for the fiberglass, and thusly it has become pre-treated with fiberglass resin. At this point, we're into the fabrication aspect of things, and that's where I excel. So I'm trying to keep Johnny in the game, you know? We get this thing colored all one tone, and I want him to draw the opening. I kind of know what I'm looking for, but I want to see where his head's at.
And now it's really starting to look like the drawing a lot. Frankenstein's monster is now starting to look like it's coming alive. Straight through there, and then back to the turn.
Like that. See? That wasn't so hard. That's how cavemen did it. That's it. We were doing the same body line, right?
Oh man, come on.
You nailed it.
Come on. Dude, that is cool.
That's it, man. Look at that. That's totally cool.
Right?
We're just in the concept phase.
Right.
I'll do all the freaking dirty work. That's what I needed. A good line to go off of. That is crazy cool, dude. Porthole and a sunroof. He's got some crazy moonroof, sunroof thing. This feature that shows an elongated window through the top of the roof. Oh man, that's so close. I wish we had this before we cut the top. We cut it a half inch too much.
It's in there kind of wonky.
Yeah, it'll work for sure. We're gonna cut a hole in the car anyway, but it's worth doing whatever it takes.
So do you got to fill it in first, then put it in, or
No, we're cutting it right now.
that's not gonna screw with the body line? We already.
Nope. Whatever it takes to make this happen, that's what we're gonna do. When you have a good idea, you gotta act on it right away. You gotta feed on that energy and feel out if the concept's gonna work.
You know, Ian being Ian, he just pulls a Sharpie out and lays a couple lines down and starts to hacking.
This element will really help to define the rest of the roof line. Totally cool.
Right?
And I'll have to build that, but that's fine.
Yeah, but that totally works,
Yeah.
man.
The porthole is a simple procedure, you know, just trace out your circle, cut it, and it screws right in. Pressure fit. Oh, look at the dimension once it's on the car. It's like a little moon. The one thing that'll set it off, like your drawing, is to modify that fender.
Yeah.
And we're off to the races.
It's gotta be done now.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, we're just trying to get all the lines in place, you know, get something proportional. And one big sore spot is these rear fenders. Something's got to change. All of your drawings, every one of them, you know, are showing this like up, down. It's a roller coaster, right?
Right.
Roller coasters ain't horizontal.
Right.
Not only do the fenders swoop up, they need to get widened and reshaped a bit. You know, it's all about the look. Because your drawing is showing this surface here.
Right.
So let's just cut, because we love this thing.
I
right?
do love that thing.
Let's just cut right through the flat and take this off. Aha! I was thinking something like that.
Oh. Wow.
That's just me. Now for the down drop, we can make it out of this and just wrap this in. We're not doing any welding on this project, man.
We're not mastering of any metals. This has been arts and crafts project the whole time.
The main positive aspect of working with fiberglass is you get the mock-up really raw, and then you're able to solidify it with this really flexible material. So you can see the mock-up comes fast.
Yeah, man, the silhouette is totally there.
I think the biggest part of my future car building revolves around collaborating with an artist. Johnny's a great collaborator simply because we have the same aesthetic. You know, we have this love, this passion for those really far out show cars. There's a ton more work to do, so by the time you get back, you know, you'll see there will be a whole other adventure happening.
Right.
And, we'll be on to the next. All right, after my collaboration with Johnny Jalopy, I took all of our inspiration, foam and tape, and fiberglassed it. I trapped it. After that, I went right on to this driver's side and refined it right through to finished primer. Did a couple cool elements of my own in the rear fender, and by finishing off the bodywork, I solved a lot of the questions I was having, but I also have a whole new can of worms with issues to refine. One of the main challenges, you know, back to front, it goes from this very flat, faceted shape and turns into these curved sort of fenders. It's flat, ridge, flat, ridge, flat, ridge, flat, 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 round. This is an ongoing issue. You know, I'll continue to refine this as the build progresses. There's about 50 hours into this bodywork as is. One problem I'm having that I didn't even consider was this free-floating roof thing. And I had to put in these temporary braces to keep it aligned. Those gotta go, but before I get rid of them, I gotta come up with some kind of structure to keep this roof from flexing anymore. My first idea was I would just support the roof somehow to the body in the front, but I will not compromise that floating roof boat windshield thing. Is too cool. One of his drawings showed this kind of cool center console that wrapped up towards this moonroof here. So I'm thinking that look, you know, could very well come into being as some type of a structural element. Of course, this element will be refined, you know, whether it's painted, upholstered, who knows, but you're going to see it. So it's got to be super strong and look super cool. It's like a race car, you know? You get up, you're in the stadium, before you do your jump across the Snake River Canyon, you wave to the crowd, and then you're in. You know, ideally, just coming in naturally, I grabbed right here through the hole in the roof, so maybe that's the answer. It has some kind of a grab handle. You gotta squirm this way, and naturally you're wanting to grab something. Wave to the crowd, and then you're out. Like everything else I make, you know, I start with the envisioning procedure. I want it to support the roof, and I also want to create some kind of a grab handle that can support a person getting in. So, that's my loose mock-up. As you can see, the contours are following the look of the side profile. It's pretty cool, huh? Speechless. Make this out of 1.5-inch round tube and I'll bend it to spec. Good call? Is it a deal? He still doesn't seem convinced. Shortest description of what I'm using is the 2-inch round heavy wall tube and then like 1 3/4 heavy wall tube. It'd be easier for me to just bend these in separate pieces. That way, for length, I can just adjust it and weld it. It doesn't need to be certified. It's not a racing roll cage. He knows a racing roll cage should be TIG welded, stress relieved, all that other stuff. It's not a race car, man. Not named the shop inspector for nothing. It's like a Rolodex of specs that you have to adhere to. A stickler for detail. The issue I was having with this roof was it was going like this, left to right. So I think that this thing coming forward is gonna have a T-bar on it with 2 adjustable perches. Now that I see it in the car, this is the look I'm after. I need to set up a little extra support for some strength, and this thing will be installed. So you're gonna want the handle right there. The end game for the visual appearance of this is yet undetermined. Maybe there'll be like a center console that this element sprouts from. All I know is what I've accomplished has secured and centered that roof panel. So that's the story. I'm sticking to it. We got this crazy looking contraption that is both a roof reinforcement and a grab handle. Made a lot of progress. We are over the hill into the finished bodywork stage. Inside and out, I flipped the car upside down, body filled and Duraglassed and fiberglassed and undercoated and all that other fun stuff. So, you know, the repair I was doing on this rail, when you're getting in and out of the car, you're gonna be on this, so you know, I made it thick. It's all spray foamed up inside and it's really strong. I'm really excited and relieved and pleased with all the collaboration thus far leading up to this. First things first, you know, every car needs a bumper, so I'm gonna get to work on that. The whole concept on this front bumper is stealth. I just want a neat little lip, you know, something bumps up against it, it'll hit metal instead of the paint. This tube bumper's super simple, but its placement is critical. You know, it's gotta support the look of that nose coming down. The width should be appropriate, and then just 2 bars to triangulate that should it run into something. That looks right to me. Hey, check this out. This looks so good. This would look great in the middle of the dashboard, don't you think? He's not having it. It's just gonna go right to the front beam and weld on, just like a buggy bumper should. So, that's the deal. 1 dune buggy bumperette. Very, very strong. That bumper's looking good. Now that we got that in place, it's time for the next and final step of the front view. I got these cool vintage KC units. They're off-road lights, but I'm gonna make them into headlights, you know, high-low beam. They go with that kind of groovy 70s thing, you know, you see them on choppers, you see them on trucks, you see them on dune buggies. They're all right. Now that I got the bumper on, I got to get the headlights in place. You know, their positioning is critical to the overall look of the front end of the car. This car's got too mean of a nose to have those, you know, up in the air headlamps. So they're going to be down in here somewhere. You know, the placement of these is pretty critical. Oh, a special delivery. He's arrived. I got a special delivery, and apparently it's arrived. We've got a little arrangement in progress. Oh my God, that's the coolest car I've ever seen. Holy Krakatoa. I knew that my friend Tom was on the way. I just really didn't expect him to show up with the rig he was driving.
How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. How's it going? Good. You said you were throwing it into your truck and coming by. What the heck is this?
It's a 77 Super Bugger.
You ain't kidding. Where do you even get one of these?
Back in 77, you could buy them right off the showroom floor at Super Campers.
Oh, man. It's too bad I was only 7 years old. This is unlike anything I've ever seen. This is possibly the coolest thing I've ever seen. What, how's the rear view? I mean, it's awesome.
I think I've gone through maybe 70 cars in the last 5 years, and out of everything I've owned, no matter how crazy it is, this Super Bugger gets more attention and looks than anything I've ever owned. It's just ridiculous.
I've just been outclassed. I might as well just quit. Everything I've ever done with VWs, it doesn't even compare to this. So how many of these things did they make?
I heard they made about 200, but we've only been able to find a handful of them.
I've seen the vintage trailers with this look, but
yeah,
this is incredible. Just get in the camper.
Stove, your sink, your fridge, your water.
Oh, and an engine. So this looks expensive.
A little bit.
I put the word out that I was looking for engine options, you know, kind of anything goes, and he said, let me come down and show you what I'm thinking.
That's a 2332.
That's
full
big.
flow, deep sump, balanced, Dick Landy blower, and then it's got the dual 44 side drafts on top. Yeah, and that's putting out over 200 horse.
So this Volkswagen has two engines. I thought we were pulling it out of the back, but we're pulling it out of the middle.
Anybody could pull up with just a motor in the back of their truck, but I figure we could fit the motor in this somehow, pull out the table, move the seats out, get it in there, get it down here, and just surprise them with it. I figure you'd appreciate seeing all this and
yeah,
get a kick out of it. Cool, let's go check out the buggy.
Yeah, come on in.
Oh wow, dude, how cool is that? When I first saw the buggy, it totally exceeded anything I was picturing or imagining. It's actually way cooler than I thought it would ever look. If you see something you want, you know instantly, and that was instantly.
And I'm excited to see that engine here. You know, they pop right in.
I say let's mock it up.
Bring that bugger in here.
Yeah, let's get that in.
I am really digging this Super Bugger. I don't know where his head's at. If he's willing to do some trading, we could probably come to terms. This thing is totally cool. Man, what does the guy got to do to get this off your hands?
Oh, man.
You look burdened by this, so I'm trying to help you out.
I think I'm gonna need a dune buggy probably.
Yeah, that could be arranged. I gotta let the inspector check this out.
Oh, right on. Looks like I picked up a passenger.
He's gotta do the thorough inspection, man. He's gotta put his nose on all of it. First things first, we gotta get this engine out of the rig and into the dune buggy.
Wanted to make sure that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I know. Wow. It's a little heavier with all this extra horsepower bolted to it.
Aha! There we go.
Look at that. Ta-da! This is like the king of mutants in the VW world. This is heavily modified, like it's full race. Every aspect of the engine has been modified for performance.
Let her down.
That is it. This car's progressing. You know, the bodywork, I'm just trucking right through it as I do. I pulled the engine out so I could finish off the back of this body, put in some MDF to stiffen it up a little bit, and blended this one in. So it's all screwed and glued. It's nice and strong. Got through the majority of the bodywork, and now it's on to the details, the aesthetics. Johnny's coming out in a few days to check the progress. There's a few key things that I want to get in place before he gets here. I want to get these side pods in action. Johnny's drawing shows some pretty cool details of these fins along the side. Key design point Johnny came up with was this fin action below the fenders. It's open for interpretation. You know, the main thing for me is to make it flow with the proportions of the car. So the outer face of the wheel width is represented in the thickness of these fins, and then it just tapers down to nothing. So a bunch of big wedge shapes. The biggest challenge in translating the drawing to the vehicle is truth versus fantasy. This car has certain proportions that, with any logic, cannot be altered. This is a mock-up. I'm just trying to get something established to work with. The reason for using these materials is that they're plentiful. I can go to the supply store and get way more. Once it's mocked up, assembled, they get coated in epoxy primer, maybe a little fiberglass on the back to rigidize it. You paint them with automotive paint, and that's the finished product. That panel on the bottom, all of a sudden it's in proportion. So you literally have this big block wedge with the fenders running through it. And now you're looking at this. And then the fender's just kind of jamming through it. That's good. Just setting up this backboard, you know, I'm really happy with the way it gives that lowered appearance to the car. You could almost leave it as is, but I really think I could take it up another notch. I don't know how big these darts are gonna be, so I'm just gonna split this right down the center and fit it up and figure out how many, how big. Now we have this giant shape. I'm gonna go something like that, I think. What did I get myself into? Fortunately, they only come one at a time. If they ever double teamed, I might not make it up. The last thing I needed was another shop inspector. You know, 2 shop inspectors, I'm kind of outnumbered at this point, you know? I'm 6'2", hand of authority, and now it got double teamed on me, so we'll see how this develops. This is pretty much what I was thinking, a series of these going up the line. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have 4 ribs because that's what this is dictating. I've seen this kind of style on some sports cars, you know, 80s Ferraris, some other weird concepts, but you know, I'm going for my own vibe on it. It's like, oh, okay, that makes me think of this, but it's unique. I see some issue here. From here, these are perfectly parallel, but when you're standing up looking at it, they're perfectly unparallel. In the first layout, you know, it looked kind of like Venetian blinds, just lines stacked. I wanted it more like a, you know, a fan, oriental fan, little flare. I'm trying to find that sweet spot, as with everything. The thing about this is the perspective of the lines has to be measured by how it feels, how the whole car flows. You know, you cannot put a formula on it. Yeah, so that's what I was looking for. You see, that upper one flows with the fender line. Getting these fins primered like the rest of the car would really help to finalize this aspect. I gotta get the thing grayed out, then it all looks the same. The last step of envisioning is the primer. You know, just get the thing one tone, and then it's a yay or a nay. With the white, you don't get the shadow play of this gray tone, so now you can really get a feel for the dimension of this. The white just looks all bleached out. The shadows, everything works together. It's good. Totally happy with that design. I'll mimic it for the other side, but there's bigger fish to fry. I'm working on multiple projects. I got all this board kind of fitted in. That's going to be the interior panels with upholstery on it, but I also have a really cool idea for the dashboard. Very little sculpture, all business. We need to enhance. This is what we're working with. Vintage Stuart Warner tachometer. These go on this, which is even more awesome. And lastly but not leastly, if you know sound systems from the 70s, Kraco. I don't even care if it works, it's going in the car. So look at that. Freaking floating space pods on this awesome wraparound dashboard. The basis of my projects has always been found parts. So this next step is just in that same vein. Victor didn't even look twice at this thing, so you know me. Put it in the back pocket, put it in the semi-permanent collection. He's gonna be surprised when he sees it, 'cause he's like, oh, I should have used that in another car, but it's gonna be too late. It all depends what you're going for in the end. You know, if you just put in a set of cool gauges or whatever in the stock body, hey, you get that out of it. If you want a freak show, you gotta go the full length. And that's what I need. I need a freak show dashboard. Sitting there, you can see how this is all gonna congeal. You know, it's offering a huge support visually to that tube frame. And then, yeah, with the windshield, the split windshield, we need this. I think everyone will agree it's a nice looking unit, but how are you gonna get it in there? As a great man once said, it just isn't even close to fitting. So, I'm just gonna cut it up. Here we go. I've cut so much stuff apart at this point, you know, you just look right through it. You know, a butcher doesn't need a road map to where he's going, right? He just knows the cuts, gets rid of the excess fat, and makes it happen. It's summertime for sure, so this is the old standby, you know. Not only does it portably cool, it blows the dust that way, very efficiently. With any found object, as long as you make the right moves, you can get the right results. So this is exactly where it needs to be. Now, the center comes right to here. There's plenty of room for the shifter and the emergency brake. These two pieces did not go together, and hey, now they work. Just put a couple screws to secure that. That's all gonna get fiberglassed. These are obviously not the right shape, so I'm gonna start with the center pods and then work these out independently. So you can see with a few minor pieces trimmed off, the Sterling dashboard is a perfect fit. Look at that. The success of having these three shapes fit in the car, okay, that's great. What's really gonna sell it is getting it all glassed and molded in so it looks like one piece. You know, all the center detail is retained looking like the Sterling, which is what I was looking for. Once it's all molded in together, it's really gonna sell it, but you know, when the inspectors start responding, you can see there's a little curiosity going on. I think we're on the right track. Inspector number one has given full approval and sign off on the dashboard, and now it's time to get to the details on the back end. Well, the engine intake speaks for itself. You know, these giant megaphone style velocity stacks. I want the exhaust to mimic these, so these big horn shapes are definitely gonna be the exhaust. The whole car's gotta flow together. So those trumpets, you know, the air's coming in, where does the air go out? The exhaust. Those two elements should be in the same flavor. All right, there's your custom exhaust setup. Full custom dune buggy needs a full custom exhaust. Just like anything else is gonna be made from scratch, so I ordered a whole pile of parts to get to getting. The challenge therein is to make this tangled pile of tubing and make it look like a beautiful piece of machinery. This is kind of cool. Like, what if they kind of projected from a center point like this? There's 2 and 2 right there, kind of out. For this exhaust build, you know, my main thought is that it has to look balanced. The exhaust has to complement the engine and not take anything away from the fantastic components that it's already presenting. That's what I'm talking about. That's a total cartoon car exhaust. I like the exhausts. I really want to get the taillights in place just to see how the whole thing plays. The official reproduction Mustang taillight lens. Unlike some other people we know, for me, this taillight decision is going to be real easy. Perfect. I don't think this car needs anything any more crazy than one of the old dune buggy standards. You can see, it's perfect. I'm kind of a make a decision and stick it guy. My mind's made up. This thing is totally freaky, funky 70s style. This is exactly right. Johnny's coming out in a couple days. There's a lot more to be done as far as assembly and finish work, but those 2 taillights, those 4 exhaust pipes, you know, that's the look. I need to finish up the exhaust on the other side, but there's one more key component I want to get established before Johnny comes back. Duplicated the exhaust concept on the passenger side, did a bunch of finish welding, and now it's clearly represented. And there'll be some finish work just in, you know, finishing the welds, but that's the look. It came out really cool. Even though the sheet metal megaphones are uncharacteristic at the end, these end caps make it look like the laser gun. It's just a good effect. What it needed was that little center engine, you know, it looked like it was wearing a backpack. Now it's got freaking claws. Looks like it's gonna grab something if it backs up. This simple design was really effective in completing that bulked out rear end. The rear end is fitted out for sure. The one thing that's missing is this windshield. You know, this concept of the floating roof will really be cemented when you see the windshield mounted here and there's nothing attaching. In other words, no A-pillar attachment. There'll be no check and balance from here on out. I'm gonna have to do some modifications to this, so I don't wanna just stack on top of the primer. I wanna get right down to the base material and build off of that. So what I wanna do is take that big sanded out surface, and then I'm gonna sculpt it to look cooler. Right now it's on a shelf, it's like this. It's gonna be a flat plate, it's just a stamp, one shot. This is just establishing the height for the center post to sit. I know a couple tricks that will help me just go through the process efficiently. You set that and push it flat. Critical thing is I gotta get the center pillar looking parallel with the roof support. Haha, is a flat surface. All we were trying to do is just create that flat pad that sits on. That's the height. Process with this is one step at a time. Get your center centered and then figure out what the angle is on one side and then follow through with the other. Really the best way is to eyeball it because you can see clearly, you know, when you're down the line, if they're like that, you know, there's gotta be parallel. You may be asking yourself, how is he possibly gonna get all those things at the same height? Got these epic sanding discs from 3M. I mean, come on, you didn't think I was gonna not customize every last thing. There you have it, 4-foot block sander. Look at that, you sand it. He has that look in his eye. I didn't say it was gonna be professional, but it works. The purpose of mocking up the windshield is just like everything else, a three-dimensional, full-scale representation of where you're going. The end result of this is still yet open. You know, you can do a traditional clear glass, you can do Lexan, colored glass, colored Lexan, tinted, anything goes. Really happy with the way this windshield progressed. Still some final details, like everything else, but definitely enough to show Johnny, and I got some plans. This is where we're at, man.
Nice.
It's a little bit different than it was last time.
Wow, man. It's unbelievable. I walk in, and man, it looks really, really cool. Dude, look at the dash.
That's that Sterling dashboard from the other supercar that Victor and I worked at.
And this is so sick.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that, that's right.
Last time I was here, you know, everything was pretty much attached with sheet metal screws or, you know, or drywall stuff. And we were just kind of tacking things together. And now it's a full solid body. It came out better than I thought it was gonna come out. I can't stop looking at this part.
I got the engine from this guy, Tom. You know, he saw the car, he saw some pictures and fell in love with it. I don't know what the deal is yet. He may be a potential buyer for it. When Tom came down and saw the car, you know, he brought the engine. He's talking about a trade or buying the car. He's only become progressively more fascinated with the project. He shows up with this Cobra gas.
Oh, sick.
This is a flower pot. It's a plastic flower pot.
Yeah.
Look at it, right? I just put a wood board inside it and cut off the back.
I love it.
All the pieces are here, you know. Our mission is to nail this paint scheme. I'll mount up these tires and then, you know, the sky's the limit, dude. Just as crazy as these components are, paint job's gotta be that big and better. I'm gonna let Johnny ruminate on his paint idea for a while. I've got an idea for these rims. I want to try it out before we mount the tires. I got this cool media blaster from Eastwood. I've been using it on everything. I got walnut shells in one side and then sand in the other. These rims are way cool, but I have an idea. I don't want to make them look like fully polished, way too shiny. And I think if I just give the misting of the surface, these rims are going to look frosted, and then I can detail out the highlights. So it's like you got your satin, and then as soon as the shine comes around, you start to get your blips.
Yep. Yeah, I like that.
So, any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on that paint scheme? It's been 5 minutes. I figured you have it worked out.
Yeah, no.
On the way to the shop, we picked up these new rear tires. They're 295 60-15s. It's got a 12-inch wide tread and about a 28-inch tall diameter. They're gonna be way cooler on this car. I can't wait to see what they look like. Before we can get these rims on the car, I gotta set up some wheel adapters. I have a pair and I think I can do something to make them work. 5.5. Pop right back in. Aha! Yeah. Look at that. Look at from the back. Look at the two side to side. The way the exhaust plays on this tire is way better.
That makes that fender make sense.
Yeah. This was a total relief because with the engine and exhaust developing, you know, these tires make the rear view complete. So, it's been 8 minutes. Any thoughts on that paint job yet? I like the fact that Johnny's a little nervous. You know, I like pushing his buttons, keeps him on the edge, keeps him creative. So, you know, we're into the paint design of this and, you know, it's got to count.
Yeah, so as I'm looking around the car, it started worrying me a little bit. You know, can I come up with something that's gonna work? Yeah.
Johnny's feeling a little uneasy, but I'm confident. Everything's in place, all the elements are here. You got some great ideas. You're throwing down some great ideas. Let me get this thing into primer like right now, and tomorrow we are ready to rock. We'll start designing it.
Okay.
At this stage of the game, I'm feeling energized. You know, it was a big hurdle to jump to just get to this point. I mean, I've got a lot of ideas. I'm looking forward to see what Johnny comes up with. I got another coat of primer on the car, and it's ready to lay out the paint scheme.
What I'm seeing is every time I try to do something different from the old drawing, it just doesn't.
There's something magic about that simple two-tone.
Yeah.
You know, with this fading and everything, you don't want to draw too many lines on the car, I don't think. Like, look at the VW bus.
Right.
It's perfect.
Simple.
And the thing is about these cartoon hot rods, you know, we designed the Johnny 5 together, we're designing this together, so, you know, they could be pals in a universe somewhere else. They would be hanging out together for sure. Strangely enough, the exhaust sort of feels like that. The side panels sort of feel like that. Now we got the giant tire. Maybe we just make it look like you're drawing instead of trying to come up with something crazy.
Right.
You know, I'm kind of sticking up for Johnny's initial inspired paint scheme. You know, maybe we don't need to go so wild. The thing about his first idea is that it doesn't translate so well to the true body shapes. I mean, just first thoughts. I love this white panel coming to the little spear right here.
Right.
So what if the white followed through and it came around and then kind of hooked up? It doesn't need to follow this line, but it came up and you had two jutting spears like that.
Ian like immediately starts seeing a lot of lines that I wasn't really totally seeing, and he starts laying some pinstripe tape down, and immediately these really cool spear shapes started showing up. I just think that's his thought process. There's never not a way we can do this. Less is more.
And we're coloring outside the lines, which you get extra points for. It's like body line? No, we're just gonna
No.
mash
We're
them.
making our own line.
In a panel paint job, you typically follow the body lines, but the exciting part about what we're doing is we're coloring outside the lines. You know, we're trying to hyper exaggerate some of the features on the body. Well, this is the line. If you were a panel painting a car, you follow these lines.
Right.
This edge. But we're not doing it like that.
Going optical.
See, so this blue tape is blue paint right through there.
Yeah.
So the blue here, if this is white, what does this do? Come around?
Yeah. Or maybe even go.
See, this is exactly why. This is nothing I would have ever thought of. Bam, all of a sudden he starts to fire on all cylinders. He's like, break the paint line across the dashboard like that and look at the effect you get. I'm like, exactly, right. That's why you're here. To break it across the top and look at that weird
There's
shape.
another blue spear.
Right, so this is blue.
Yep, blue.
Right.
Then there's a spear of blue going through it.
Right. Johnny's idea about the lines on the hood really complements the little spear thing I did on the side. So I'm gonna go back, tighten all the lines up, and then, you know, then it's ready to spray. But feeling really confident that our collaboration is gonna pan out.
What about doing white on the undersides of the kick-ups? You know, remember the old mud flaps?
Right.
Where it was like Yosemite Sam and you know, the back off. We do that underneath, but not mud flaps.
Right, on the fenders.
On the fenders.
Yes. 100%. So blue, white,
Right.
and then I'll get some kind of cool font.
Yeah.
This is exactly what the car needed. That one thing where you're walking around, you're already blown away, and then you're like, it's the punchline at the end of the story. I'm doing that 100%. Right, and then the exhaust is like the guns.
Yeah.
And we'll put a mustache on the engine. It'll be perfect.
He's like, yeah, why not? Why wouldn't we do that? In fact, let's make it as big as we can. I can't wait. That's like now like one of my most favorite parts we're gonna do to the car. Is that silly back off thing on the back. These damn vomits, back off. Gigging.
Before Johnny leaves, I want to get this car basically where every design element is nailed. There's one last thing I want to show you, and that's the interior.
Okay.
You know, I started making a couple panels out of this masonite,
Right.
but the missing link is that center console. See, now that it's not in the car, you really see that there's two separate pieces.
Yeah, okay.
So what I want to do is, just like your drawing, I want to show two separate pods. I want that wall to continue right up to the back. That way, the driver and the passenger are never rubbing elbows.
Okay. Ian's already got a really cool aesthetic inside the interior of the car, which is this really cool grab handle thing that kind of flows through the center of the car. And I'm like, let's just riff off that piece.
I noticed an element of Johnny's drawing that showed this center console aspect between the driver and passenger seats. I set up the dashboard for that, in that the Sterling had that unit that came down into the shifter area. I just wanted to see what Johnny was thinking about how this wall between the two people is going to present itself. I have my ideas, but I'm always interested in what he's going to bring to it. Here's the board, draw out what you're thinking, let's do it.
It's totally the shape I was thinking.
I was reading your mind. I love it. Let's see how it looks. Dude, you're a freaking genius, man. That is the eye of an artist.
Like, please tell me he's not gonna do that. I love all of Ian's over the top ideas, and I was like, I hope he's not serious about this one. Yeah, I don't think so.
You always got to keep him guessing. You know, he might have thought that I was serious about doing that, but that's why I left his line in place. All right, let's try the
If that's your
conservative.
vision, I'm with it. You know, if that's your vision.
Let's try the conservative look. Oh, I see what you did there. Look at that. Whoosh. You got an eye for this, man. Yeah, so this tube will only grow out of the center console.
Right.
Right here, and that's hidden. You trace that, and I'll make another one. This always looks so much easier on TV. In the end, I want these upholstered, so once again, this is not only a mock-up, but it's the structure that will be upholstered. All right. That was the thing, I just wanted to have the look that we both agreed on.
No, that's gonna work.
Yeah, I want to show you one thing. You know those fiberglass seats we saw at the swap meet?
Yeah.
Well, I actually found a pair this morning. These are cool because they're vintage. You don't really see them with the white seat covers. These seats are the classic low-back dune buggy seats. We're going with a blue base coat. These had blue pinstripes sewn in them, so this will be the theme for the interior. And, you know, I got a bunch of white vinyl, so I'm just gonna do it very simple, white vinyl interior. Now it really fills in that big cavity, you know? So see the center console, as bulky as it looks, it's really not bulky.
That's just right. Those fit just right in there too, right at the lips.
So you have the pod of the dashboard, and then the seat back, and then the little flipper fin on the roof. The driver has his controls and whatnot. The passenger's separated by a wall, and he's the DJ. He's got the stereo, and he's in his own chair. The good news is all of that crazy, hard, dirty work is behind us, and now it's on to the details.
Yeah, so we step back, we look at the finished project, all the ideas that we've come together. Again, it's, you know, it's the next step of the mock-up. We've already mocked up once, now we're doing the final mock-up, it appears. It appears. You know, whatever Ian's gonna do while I'm not here, it's gonna be next level coolness. So I wish I could imagine what it's gonna be like, but it's Ian Russell, you never know.
It's come a long way, baby. Now all that's left to do is everything.
I can't wait to see it done.
It's happening. Really appreciate Johnny being here. He always brings in a fresh element to the design. There's still a ton of work to do, but we've crossed the threshold. So we came in, we nailed the key elements we needed. All I could say is by the time this thing is finalized, there's a few more awesome surprises coming. So this is what it's all been leading up to. We got this thing painted, not completely, this is the start of the process. This is the base coat. It's an Eastwood product, it's called Cruise Night Blue. This is the time we've been waiting for, a time when all the things start coming together and the dogs are on the edge of their seat. Last time you saw it, you know, Johnny and I came up with this paint scheme, so this is the first step in the process. You'll have to hold all questions until after. No dog bowls were used. Pretty cool? Johnny and I decided no crazy freak out paint job. It's gonna be two-tone, blue and white. You know, blue fenders with a white hood and roof. Now I need to figure out where those parting lines are. There was one point of concern between Johnny's drawing and this car, and by putting the base coat on, you can see the line. It makes it clear as day. Really digging this blue base coat. What it does is makes every body line just pop. Look at this line. Look at this brilliant reflection of the highlights. You know, that didn't exist with the primer. So we were unsure as to what was going to happen with this tape coming through this area. It may seem like Johnny and I have already covered this, but the thing is, this body is representing its own shapes independent from the artwork, so I have to follow the line of the actual car. Gotta look right with the car, and this is the moment to make it happen. This is the end result, you know, this is what you see. So, you know, whatever it is, it's just gotta be that showstopper. After the lines are figured out, you know, it's time to mask it. And this is a fairly basic two-tone thing, but you know, it's easy to get dyslexic, especially side to side. The most important thing is to remember what stays blue and what don't. So I'm just gonna start by working off this little area. So this was one thing that I thought was pretty neat about Johnny's idea. But I'm gonna one-up that just a wee bit. It just needs a little tweak to the front of the roof line. The way that the white parts with the blue, I feel like it would just be better accented if the white was just a panel on top. That way there'll just be that little hint of blue right there, and then that's white. So this is one thing that was kind of a breakthrough with Johnny was this interesting thing on the hood here. This blue comes through and it does like a roller coaster over the dashboard, up and around. The hood and the roof cap are white. There's a white side graphic, but the car is basically blue. These lines are defined. You know, I just need to get the white paint on and then see what comes next. I got the white laid out. I put some silver flake on top of that, and it's got 3 coats of clear. What do you think? Pretty sparkly, huh? The whole concept with this is like fantasy show car, right? So I just want to spike it up one notch, you know, I want the whole thing to shimmer. Even though the white looks great on its own, you know, the metal flake really does its job. Well, I'm real happy with the way the silver and the white came together. I was a little concerned that the car would go silver, but it's totally white for sure. Let's take off this tape and see what it looks like. The dogs are pretty nervous because they understand the importance of a clean break once you pull the tape line. And, you know, I'm not known for being so meticulous. So let's pull this tape off and see how it looks. It's like scratching an itch. There is a tremendous satisfaction in seeing these tape lines peel back. Everything looks tight. You know, the contrast is right where I want it. The deadline I'm trying to make is 3 weeks from yesterday. There's a great show coming up, and I think it'll be a perfect place to take this for its first time out. Barring any major issue, we should be able to make that deadline. But again, it's always a coin flip. A major issue could arise at any moment. Oh yeah, that's pretty rad. That two-tone worked out good. It really adds something to this C-cab shape right here. I think this is my favorite part of it. The way that the white just comes forward, so you have these 2 stabbing lines. The panels needed to have a little more action than the body was affording, and by just freestyling some tape, it really adds to the line of the car. The lines are lining up. This is rad for sure, but something about the front view is just super white. Saying of, every action has an equal and opposite reaction stands true even in this case. As spectacular as the white has come out, what it's done is totally dulled down the blue. As awesome as it looked with a blue base coat, now the white is just popping and the blue almost looks like primer again. Needs a lot more action for sure. The blue just looks like a matte finish now. Front on view, it's just lacking a little something. See how the sunroof will break up the big white panel in the roof? I almost feel like the hood, those two awesome shapes, the two bulges in the hood almost disappear. It's like the sunroof in the top. The windshield is gonna break up this massive panel of white on the hood. Yeah, see, all of a sudden it's a different view. I don't want to overdo the paint by any means. I just want it to match. So right now the blue and the white are not cooperating. It really just looks muted now by this brilliant two-tone. It's looking like two different cars right now. The windshield definitely helps out this white panel in the front, but not 100% convinced. It looks like I'm gonna have to come up with a few other solutions for this issue. I got an idea for the blue. I'm gonna try a little more paint work and see what it looks like tomorrow. I addressed my two main problems with the paint. I added blue to the ridges on the hood to break up the white panel. I really bumped up the value of the blue with 2 tones of metal flake and then a gang of clear coat on top of everything. So now it's really starting to shine. I got the gas cap in, the portholes in, this car is really starting to take shape. But I think the design could use one thing to further the whole effort.
Color combo came out nice. I like that blue. It makes the white pop. It looks really nice.
I brought in my friend Gilbert to add a little graphic element to the rear of the fenders, and I think that's gonna just set it off perfect. My friend Tom Flores, he's done a lot of graphic design work for me, so I had him and Gilbert get together on this project. Tom came up with a font as per my specs, and Gilbert's gonna transfer that to a real live paint work on the car. The background of work that I've seen Gilbert thriving in is like, strict lowrider stuff. So he shows up in this red Volkswagen Bug. I used to get a lot of flack for being into VWs.
Oh yeah, I still love Beetles. I got one, a brand new old one right there.
There you go.
It's classic.
He's talking about how he's excited to get involved with something outside of the parameters that I've seen him working in.
I started out building Volkswagen, so
that's me too.
I'm all about it, man.
So you're the right guy for the job. I think it's really important to be versatile. He gets stuck in one niche, and I think I would stagnate, so I build a lot of different styles of cars. All I'm saying is the whole vibe of this thing is like the funky 70s, so whatever you like.
Bell-bottom lettering, man. Can't get more 70s than that, unless you bring Scooby-Doo in here.
That's it, man. That font is perfect, dude. Exactly. I was thinking a decal. Gilbert is gonna one-up it, handmade.
So then what I'll do is I'm gonna silver leaf these, let them set up, and then we'll do the turn, the engine turn, so they have the little twist, and then I'll outline it, do the drop shadow.
While you're doing that, I got a little upholstery stuff to take care of, so if you need anything, I'll be 2 feet behind you. I'll be right over in the upholstery shop. The main issue here is Jack is my upholstery guy, and he went and moved to Chicago, so I'm left without any resource. I don't even have a sewing machine. All I could do is pull from the experience and working with him and try to get something done. That's basically what the inside detail is. It'll have this little miniature hatch.
That's nice.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah, look at the view from here. It's exactly what it needed. Different than anything I've seen, it's perfect. Your job is done here. I'm feeling really good about this paint job, but there's a whole other issue I have to approach next. The car's got no doors, but it's got to open somehow, so if you got to make something open, you start with a hinge. So I made one giant hinge. The chassis, everything it takes to drive the car, seats, steering, everything is on the floor, and the body just picks up off of it. People hop in and the body shuts. This is kind of hairy for me because this is basically a live performance in front of the world. But the benefit of it is, if this works, the whole car is going to be open like a clamshell. This is vintage fiberglass. We just did a ton of work to it. The last thing I need is for the body to flex and crack. You know, it's completely painted. I've got hundreds of hours into this finished paint job, and now I'm stressing the whole structure in a way it was never designed to. As strong as this fiberglass body is, where I'm grabbing it with the hinge doesn't have a lot of structure. So I've gone underneath with a lot of heavy steel and bracing and really reinforced around the whole firewall of the car. This is something that is being done by necessity, but it's pretty dicey. One thing I need to keep reminding myself is that inspector does not equal assistant. Did you hand me a wrench? Business as usual. You think fiberglass car and you think lightweight. That's not the fact with this body. As petite as it is, it's still pretty darn heavy. So I need something with some serious lift capacity and extension. I got these two big hydraulic rams. So I'm gonna put these in and hook them up to some air and see what happens. I don't know where you would get these new, but they're actually a part of my old city bus. These two rams were the main lift mechanism for the wheelchair lift. All right, so everything's hooked up. You know, this is the make it or break it moment, because I'm sure this has enough power to just rip itself apart. I got the rams hooked up to the air lines. I'm gonna test it with air because that has less power than hydraulics, but it's still got a lot of power. So hopefully this lifts with 150 PSI. I'm feeling like a big question mark. I don't know what to expect. Let's see what happens, because this is not an exact science. First try, no dice. Let's see what's wrong. Something is completely bound up. You know, in kind of quick troubleshooting this, I realized that the body of the hydraulic ram has just been forced into a static position by this round tube. Problem was, see, these need a little room to shake. At least it didn't rip the whole body apart. You know, that was the other potential, was that the body stays still and the rams go right through the roof. Let's see what happens this time. So if anything goes wrong, I want you both to go that way really fast. Get ready. Yes. Hey, it's the simple things that thrill me. That is totally cool. Just like you want to see, this thing pops open, like perfect. I was expecting anything, you know, maybe one hinge breaks off, the thing kicks over to the side, you know, there's an emergency recuperation moment. You know, I was ready for it all, and nothing but what was supposed to happen happened. Look, it's my greatest achievement ever. Can we show some enthusiasm? They've seen it all. They're so jaded at this point. But one thing I wasn't considering is these rams being right in the way of the seat. After this great achievement, I still wonder if I'm able to get in the car. That was why I did this. This on itself, this sold the effort for sure. Now all I gotta do is figure out how to get in the car. Today is D-Day. We're gonna fire this sucker up. Tom says it runs great. The famous last words are always, it ran great when we parked it. So I just asked Tom, what's your emergency contact phone number? What I don't want is a backfire. The only thing I could say about this, as with firing up any engine, gotta have oil pressure, your spark timing has to be on point, and then you gotta make sure you have good fuel delivery and a fully charged battery. And this engine should pop right off. It should. I got the oil pressure up. All the electrical parts are making contact. The switch is working. The fuel pump has power to it. So hopefully this doesn't go the way of that Harley. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Or that Model A hot rod. Just gonna turn the key. If there's one thing I know about cars, anything that can go wrong will. That's why I've prepared for this. This is for the rafters and the roof. Really hits the fan. Where's that fire extinguisher? Fuel pump on. Yep, that's what I was talking about. And sure enough, like Montezuma's revenge, one turn of the key and there's just gushing. I mean, not a leak, a gushing flow of raw fuel. Seems like a pretty big leak because it is. Hence the high flow fuel pump. That's what it's supposed to do. It's a high performance engine, it needs a lot of fuel. I know these cars and they hate us. The last thing they want to do is run. But the thing is, I am in no way a master engine builder, but I am a troubleshooter. In a perfect world, I will just tap on that with a small hammer and the problem will be fixed. Anybody that knows carburetors knows there's a little float bowl in there, and that's most likely the cause. Tap on the carb a few times, and I'm hoping this simple fix addresses the problem. Otherwise, we got to take this carb apart. Now, with the key turned on, there's no fuel gushing out of the engine. It's time to fire it up. Turn the key, and it starts, just as it was advertised. I love the sound of Volkswagen engines. It's pretty wild with the blower on it. You see these things expanding, it's breathing, which you don't see in a normally aspirated car. It's pretty awesome. It's like a heart. There's no backfiring, there's no nothing but a strong running, clean sounding engine. So this was a major what if, one thing for sure is that it runs, and that is, quite frankly, that's a blessing. That was the wild card in the whole operation. The car show's coming up literally 5 days. We're down the road. The body's off. It needs to be color sanded and buffed. There's no interior, there's no gauges. There's a lot of stuff that has to get wrapped up, but we're one step closer. As the statement goes, the devil is in the details. Well, this engine and transmission is a great step, but the finished work is what's really going to sell this concept. A little while ago, Victor and I went on this crazy Riviera adventure. We built this custom lowrider. In the end, Victor could not come to terms with a decision on what taillights it should have, and there it sits, still incomplete. This is the wild card situation I was bracing for. Anything that is heavily modified can work.
That's just option one. We'll look at this and then we'll go to option 2, option 3, 4, and if I have to go to option 5, I will.
Making a decision means different things to different people. The decision he's made is that we're gonna make some decisions all day long.
This is the last one, but together, they have to go together.
Those are cool.
Right.
So it's that flavor, but
Yeah,
you got the
same
chrome.
flavor.
It's the same deal as what you're doing with those other 8 taillight deals. These are looking good. The chrome bezel is what sells it for me. I'm sick of all this tape, man. We got to get something permanent established.
And I guess I'm committing to this because you're drilling in my damn car.
As soon as I hear okay, I'm on it. And then we'll double them up like that.
Yeah, pretty much it looks like it's there.
The thing is, this will look much different once it's Frenched in.
It will have the look we want. Right now, it's just like pasted on. Okay, Ian, I'm good. I'm committed.
All in all, I think you're making a good decision. Houston, we have a decision. Let's get to it. Finally got this Rivi on the road. Taillights are in, everything is attended to, it's looking good. The thing is, I've never seen this car really drive. It was delivered to the car show, it showed, and it went in Victor's garage, so seeing it out in its natural environment is pretty darn cool. Chalk this one off as finished, right?
It's
no more
complete.
changes.
Simple, subtle, look at that car, it's beautiful.
Nice to have another project completed, but I got my work cut out for me back in the shop. And time's a-wasting. The next thing I need to get together is this rear hatch. When Johnny and I mocked this thing up, we've changed just about everything. The rear hatch is gonna have to undergo the same process. This jumble of parts is actually the rear hatch from the camper shell. I've cut it apart and narrowed it because it's gonna go right back in, just smaller. The ultimate trickery in this is making it look like it belongs there. So this jumble of parts will become a functioning rear hatch. First step of the process is to just cut the parts down. I always leave them a little bit big and then trim to fit. If you had to create this from scratch, it would be pretty challenging. The aluminum extrusions, the hinge, So by modifying this already production part, but to the point where nobody recognized where it came from, that's the trick. This is worth it in the end, and the same reason you would put trim around a door frame. It just finishes it off. Instead of a hole in the car, you got this cool factory-looking access point. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I like that. So basically this design stays through to the end. I gotta do some other behind the scenes work. I'm gonna make it all fasten from the inside as much as possible, and the plexi will be glued in place. Yellow acrylic is really cool. So cool, in fact, I'm gonna continue the theme right to the front. It's gonna be in the porthole, it's gonna be in the sunroof, and it's gonna be in the windshield. It's gonna glow. The blue, the white, and the yellow are just, they work perfect together. Got 4 days to accomplish the impossible, and I still have a bunch of ideas I haven't even tried out yet, so what could possibly go wrong? There's a lot of hours in the day. We're gonna make it. The key ingredient in any build is pre-fitment of all the things before you paint it, but the car's painted, it hasn't really been fit up mounted on the chassis. I gotta put the gauges in, the windows, etc., and it's all just kind of like a one-shot deal. I have a strict punch list to get this thing assembled and driving, because that's what it's about. So the whole thing about deadlines is you're thrashing to the end. Took it out to the desert for a shakedown run, and it is really something. It's way cooler than I ever expected. This yellow acrylic just totally brightens up the whole thing. These cool side pods, they're in development. To get them in place and painted really changes the side view of the car. I mean, it's really cool. Instead of doors, now the car is the door. Dude. So that's the thing, dude. You show up at the car show, nobody's got this.
Dude, this is crazy.
He wasn't expecting that. If you see a picture with it up in the air, it's one thing, but to see it on the ground, and then by the time it's up, the rear fin is like 8 feet in the air. It's a really crazy show car.
Oh, that is sick. That's ridiculous. That was just, wasn't expecting that. And made it easy, accessible to get into, which was nice, especially at my age. Not flexible anymore. Picturing myself driving into a show with that body, just pop it up, drive into the show, people are just gonna freak.
Tom's like, I gotta get in there. I gotta drive this thing right now. All right, man. Now I want you to know 2 things.
2 things.
This is a really mean machine. This is not your father's Volkswagen.
Basically, my instructions were go straight, go fast. If something's in my way, turn.
This is his first time sitting in the car, and he's excited. It's a very tangible experience. You're in this little shell with this roaring engine behind you, and it feels like a race car.
It's pretty crazy to drive. I thought it would be difficult to drive, not being able to see through the windshield or something, but you can see right through the plexiglass, no problem.
So we're on this big, long stretch of road, and Tom just keeps going. I thought he's just gonna do a couple turns. Okay, great. So he's gone.
Yeah, the car totally blows me away. Yeah, and seeing Ian work on stuff, the guy's just a machine. He gets to image something in his head, and he just works almost 24/7 until that thing's completed and done the way he realizes it should be.
When he finally pulls back in, he's all smiles. Cool, man, what do you think?
Oh, dude, it's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scare the crap out of myself in this, which is awesome.
Yeah.
It's no fun if you're not.
This thing has come full circle. We started with this crusty old blue dune buggy months ago, and look what we got now. I mean, working with Johnny, it's like a sure thing at this point. I always know we're gonna come out with something really unique. And then Tom upped the game with this monster engine and his other help. It's really something. I mean, it's vying for position in my top favorite car. So, I mean, in finalizing this project, as difficult as it is, there's no way I'm ever gonna restore a car. This is just, I'm down the road to the next crazier project, and that's just what I wanna do. The art-inspired show cars. My friend Ryan's stopping by, and it sounds like he might have an interesting project. Hey, hey.
Hey, Ian, what's up, man?
You made it out here.
I did.
Welcome to the Wild West, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me. How you doing?
Good. I know you got some stuff to show me. What you bring?
Well, I need some advice. Basically, what I'm trying to do is like a vintage, almost recreation of an early 1900s board track racer.
Okay, yeah, like the first motorcycles when they raced them.
Exactly, when they were slapping engines into bike frames and the thing still had pedals. Cool. This is kind of what I'm after.
Heck yeah, that's right on. Yeah, they were literally, look, there's pedals on that as if it was a bicycle. Yeah, that's cool for sure.
And that's back when Harley and Davidson were still making those things in a shed out in the backyard.
Looking at this picture, it's something I recognize. I've always thought that these board track racers were super cool. Oh, I'm totally feeling you on this. It's like, it's danger on wheels. I'm all about that. Every good project starts with a pile of parts and a dream. So here we go. Oh, this is cool.
We got seats.
That's up the flavor right there.
Disc brakes. This is a pretty sweet steel gas tank.
Yeah. Wow, is this stainless? Because it almost seems like it's stainless.
It might be, yeah.
This is cool. That's the flavor right there.
Motor as well.
Well, that's new school.
Right.
That's no old-fashioned engine.
Fully automatic, 4-stroke. Basically, it's a glorified lawnmower engine.
Sure. This is a really cool collection of parts. I mean, it's definitely a great start. I'm just wondering, where's the catch? What do you got for the frame?
All right, so this is maybe where the problem lies.
Why does every client have a problem? What's going on under here? Well, there's a problem right there.
Nice steel beach cruiser.
For sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. There has not been any project that started easy. There's always that one, but except for that moment.
At one point, it was actually motorized. I used to do 50 miles a day on this thing when I was commuting to work in Boston.
Oh, wow. I get what you're saying. So you had your little toy, and now you want to take it further.
Exactly.
I mean, it's typical hot rod formula. You want to shove the biggest engine into the lightest chassis possible.
Right.
I think we should chuck this on the table. I'll give you some advice. The only way to see what we're working with is to start stacking parts. Let's get everything on the table and see where we're going. Here we are. You can see I've got this frame welded to the table, and now the challenge begins. Let's figure out how to get this engine and that gas tank into a frame that's longer, lower, leaner, meaner, a little more mature. These are the challenges, the aesthetic challenges of custom motorcycle building. Everything's exposed. Some bikes will have bodywork on them, but not this one. This is stripped down. So yeah, the frame is your canvas. Typical bicycle has one tube on the bottom. I'm gonna do it motorcycle style. I'm gonna split them like that, right out to the back tire. The whole thing is I want it to look very generic, like you would see one of those motorcycles, without the fancy oval tubes or all the crazy bends. I want it to look very race bike. That'll work for me. The whole issue here is how does it work with the back rim? We're trying to bring a certain flavor or style into a project. It's important to have all the right parts. So Ryan's brought in all the key components. The next step is to fit up this rear rim and see exactly how this frame is going to take place. The whole purpose of this is to line things up and keep it fixed in place while I'm welding. I'm making a jig for everything. I'm getting jiggy with this. Like butter. That's gonna go right down the center line. That's the whole reason for making this jig modular. I could take that tire and move it forward, backwards, side to side, whatever looks right. Did you see me put that tank in before? I didn't. Look, that fits perfectly. Now I'm starting to feel it. I'm putting a lot of weight on the visual aspect of this frame, and looking at the rear angle on the tank, it made me think that that could possibly just transition straight down into where the rear tire is. I like it a lot. No project is complete without a little envisioning. Everything's coming into place. I'm gonna add these two pieces of angle iron simply as a structural element while I'm welding everything up. Just like these down supports to the table, I mean, it's all gonna get taken away. So you basically release the frame from the jig after you're done welding. Setting this lower tube for the frame in place is primarily visual. I know that the engine has a certain shape at the bottom of it, so I really want it to feel kind of like it has like a belly hanging down. I really like the way that this is starting off. The engine was way too big for the other frame, but it's gonna work in here, definitely. I like the wheelbase. I love the way the tank sits in there. My whole plan was doing 2 at once, so I want to get my bike in the works to at least this stage. It's gonna be like dueling bicycles. Well, working on this motorized bicycle project got me thinking about my bicycle. I'm going pedal power, but in a pretty radical fashion. I like the wild stuff, and working on a conservative project only fuels my desire for the crazy. So right here are 2 of my favorite things in this pile. Might not look like much, but when you open them up, look at that. Now that's a tire. These are dirt track race car tires. Ryan's going skinny and low and conservative. I'm gonna be like the clown on the bike path. Fortunately, I got a pair of them. I know what you're thinking. Those don't look like bicycle tires. Just wait 1 second, my friends. The truth will set you free. Every project needs a little bit of Volkswagen. And that's where this dune buggy comes in. These things are gonna be perfect. There it is, full custom bicycle. I think we have everything we need for a perfect starting point. 2 tires, 2 rims, 1 bicycle frame. Here we go. You've heard this whole story about the middle-aged man and the spare tire. Yeah, this is sort of like that, but... Ooh, look at that. Ooh, wasn't expecting that one. Man, ladies. Hey, you want entertainment, you got it, right? That was part of my time being a rodeo clown. You know, everybody loves when your pants come down, you're wearing polka dot underwear, etc. There you go. It's all a rehearsal for my next career. See, that's the thing when you know you're a car guy, right? I can never really double dribble or do basketball tricks, but you put a couple car tires in my hand, I'm a natural. So, you get the point. With Ryan's project, I was challenged by the engine and the gas tank fitting on that frame. And now with this one, I'm challenged by those 2 tires fitting on this frame. Let's take this thing off the table and take it apart. This is a no hesitation approach. I know exactly what I need from this bike frame. Getting it all out of the way. Nobody get nervous. There's a madness to my method. Look at that, it's a perfect fit. I could see it already. All I have to do is connect the dots. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Looking at this project, I'm seeing all stars. You know, the practical side of me does see a few potential issues. It looks cool. All I have to do is figure out the rest. Ryan's frame's coming together, and I'm excited to see what he thinks.
Ian.
Hey, hey.
Whoa, check this out,
Got
dude.
you a frame, man.
Yes.
Not quite a bicycle, and it's not quite a motorcycle. It's somewhere in between.
Oh man, this is beautiful. Look at this thing.
The way you described it to me was like a guy would have made it just on a workbench, maybe with a torch and a bunch of lengths of tubing, right?
That's exactly right. It's got that vintage look and that hand-built look. Obviously, you built it by hand.
Right here.
I mean, it shows. Look at this thing, it's clean, man.
I felt like a single top rail really showed off the tank instead of hiding it.
That's a perfect fit.
You know, I want it to really be prominent, like the jewel on the ring or something. I gotta say, Ryan is very pleased with what he's looking at, and that's a relief for 2 reasons. Once, because I want to see him get what he wants, and most importantly, you know, I cut apart his bike frame, so there's really no going back on that one. That's pretty much what's happening with your frame at the point.
Wow, you really cut that thing up.
Clearly, Ryan has no idea of the transformation awaiting him with his old frame. Well, wait till you see what I'm doing with this. It's gonna change your whole mind about bicycles. Something weird's going on. You know, Ryan's a bit of a bicycle aficionado, and I can't wait to see what he thinks of my take on it. For the front forks on this bike, I'm thinking we could try a little combination, you know, a little old and a little new. Ryan's got these new front forks that are substantially stronger, but I think the style could be improved by using the Springer element of the old fork set and somehow mating them together.
That's the look, man. It's a little bit of the old, the vintage with the new. I even like a lot of the black with the chrome kind of mixed together.
Yeah, that gave the whole front of the bike a ton of character. I wasn't expecting that. I mean, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 tubes just in the steering components.
Right.
It's definitely not a bicycle anymore. My goal today is to get a full visual mock-up. You know, the last two things to set in place are the handlebars and the seat. And Ryan describing kind of having a vintage logo on the tank, I think it fits it perfectly. I mean, that's what you'd have on a motorcycle, especially a race bike. I don't always sacrifice my tools for the job, but I noticed these pins in the tubing bender, they fit the seat exactly.
Oh,
here.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
nice.
And then this can mount on a plate anywhere from here to back here. Putting in this last piece of the seat post bracket, the process is exactly how I went through the entire frame. When you see these sheet metal plates fastened to the tube, it really is just a gusset. It reinforces everything, makes it a lot stronger. All of my calculations and considerations have led up to this. Hop on there, see what it do. Let's see how he fits. It looks like it fits you, man. I mean,
It feels
totally.
good. Yeah. I mean, the added length to this thing. And, oh yeah, that's comfortable right there.
Nice. Get out of the way, let me ride. If I had to pick one though, it's definitely that. It's definitely that.
I mean, that doesn't look cramped at all. You look comfortable. You could probably ride a couple miles like that.
Ryan's bike is looking good, and the circus is about to come to town. My bike concept needs to catch up. First challenge is to set up the front tire to the headset and the frame. Luckily, I've got a plan. And the whole thing with this is I want it as compact as possible. The forks will determine how it steers and how high up off the ground it's gonna be. I've done a little prep work on the rims, and I think that'll really help with my concept. What you have here is a brake drum from a little truck. I started drilling it out because I want it ultra light. That goes right back into place. And that welds on like that. You'll look at motorcycles sometimes and the swing arm for the rear will be only on one side. So you'll see like this tire that appears to not be connected to the vehicle, which I thought was really cool. And that's the challenge with all of my projects, is trying out the unknown, right? And some folks may be wondering what I'm doing this for. I'm wondering also. That's as if the bicycle is rolling. No flex, no trouble, no nothing. So far, so good. You know, this will be the same procedure as Ryan's bike in that I'll attach it to the table and then commence welding. Part of the concept here is the compact design. It's gonna add up to some issues. I wanna make sure there's plenty of room to pedal when I'm cruising this thing, so I always like to take the straightforward approach. In this case, I'm gonna go for the old shoe test. So that is about it right there. Tried and true method. I gave up the steel toe business. I used them all on my cars, so now I'm down to these. That's the great thing about building something for myself. There are no other parameters. It only needs to fit my feet. I've driven weirder things. I'm feeling like I'm on the right track. Now, onto the back wheel. I added a tube to the rear of the frame, so now the wheelbase is fully customizable. This pleases me. Absolute nonsense. With the old soft shoe test, you could see that that's too close. I think if we just pull it back till the shoe falls off. It's a pretty long bicycle, eh? It's quite a bit longer than I was hoping for, but unfortunately, those are the parameters of the frame. Soft shoe technique has proved it. Now it's on to welding it up final. The design of this frame is built with strength in mind. You can see it's not the most glamorous looking thing, but it is super strong. It's looking ridiculous enough to me. Let's put it on the ground and see what happens. You just get off it and there it is. It's just waiting for you. It's like a trusty steed. I can't take it. That thing is too cool. I gotta ride it now. It needs definitely a seat and some bigger bars. And then, you know, if this thing is working, three-ring circus is open for business. Totally works. I gotta say, this concept is a go. It totally rolls with a person on board. Now we're talking, look at that. That's all you needed. With this being said, if I get this thing to pedal, we are in business. Every aspect of this bike is coming together, except for that issue with the Springer fork alignment. I got the engine in place, but the entire driveline for this motor and pedal assembly came in a kit. So Ryan's gonna handle the assembly. Right now, I just wanna make this thing a roller. This bracket's causing these two to come together like a triangle. I want them out here. The task with modifying this bracket is to stretch it out, make it a little bit taller, and primarily make it look like it was built back in the day. So put a little clamp on it. The whole thing with building parts like this, from the frame to all the other things, is setting up jigs. That way when you weld it, it's held in place. That's a very simple idea. What's not so simple is making sure it maintains the exact same placement as before. So that's the idea with the layout and the clamping. Just depends what kind of mood you're in, you know? Sometimes you'll just wing it, sometimes you'll jig it. My plan here is to just use the stock, leave it oversized, make sure it's super strong, trim it back later. So this spine's gonna go on here to stop it from flexing. But it's kind of cool, got like a little Art Deco feel to it, something like a track bike would have. All right, let's clamp this and chop it up. That is some hot metal. I gotta get this thing cooled down pronto. Now I'm just gonna trim off all the excess fat and make it look pretty. In trimming this bracket back and finishing it, I'm trying to just kind of bring the element of the frame into these other fabricated parts. So kind of make it look like everything was always that way. So there you have one full custom extended Springer fork thinger. Let's put it together and see if it's gonna work. And that goes on here, and that goes on there, like it's meant to be. I'm really starting to enjoy these bike projects. That's gonna work for me. You know, it's a way easier build than like a full custom car project. You know what I just realized? There's no top triple clamp. Look, there's supposed to be something up there holding the whole thing together. Just when you think you're too cool for school, you muck it all up. You know what, Ian? Stick to those balloon tire bikes. This Springer thing is way out of your league. So with the front end assembled, it's time to cut out the rear tire jig and get it on the ground. This is high tech. Look at that. Perfect. Ta-da. I know this looks like a simple jig that's just been holding the back tire in place while I build around it, but like a good magic trick, I've been diverting your attention. See, that's what you weren't expecting. The jig became the dropout for the rear tire. Drop her down. This thing rolls and steers, look at that. Seeing the chassis on the ground, everything looks good. You don't really feel the same way when it's sitting up on the table, so putting it on the ground, rolling it around, checking out the motion, pretty darn cool. I call this a roller and a steerer. Oh yeah, I think we're getting somewhere now. Ryan has his own mechanical skills and he's gonna take care of everything after I finish the fabrication. So I've got one more trick up my sleeve, but first I wanna get back to the balloon tire bicycle challenge. You got your pedals up front, your tire out back, but you can see there's no way to make that happen. So I got a shaft. I got sprocket on one side, sprocket on the other. Pedaling chain goes on one side, Power's transferred through this shaft to the other sprocket. It's about a 12-inch offset. Digging through my pile of stuff, I've found some bearings that will help create this offset drive chain that will make this thing pedal. Right now, I'm just at the mock-up stage. You know, this is just to see how things are gonna line up and what it's gonna take to make these chains connect. So by having this plate here and just tack weld it, I'll be able to kind of bend it front to back, and then the adjustment will give it like a, you know, a pitch. I mean, just looking down the barrel, oh man, now he's starting to feel it. Do you understand the concept now? It's called the jack shaft, chain offset. It's a bicycle, man. We've done far more exotic projects than this. This is a good sign. The front chain worked out perfectly. You know, the links lined up on the sprocket. Hopefully the back one works out the same. Just gonna yank this chain. Are you yanking my chain? Yes, I am. Let's roll the bike around and see what happens. The front and rear sprockets seem to be in alignment. Doesn't seem to be any derailing issues. The chain is very tight, but as long as everything's lined up, I'm gonna run it. If my calculations are correct, this thing is a direct drive from the pedal to the tire. This is what I was hoping to see. You know, my brain is spinning. What's gonna go wrong? I don't know. Nothing seems to be going wrong. Roussell's balloon tire bicycle mecca. Balloon tire bikes in every color, as long as you like black. See, this is where the master knows when to pull back. Someone with not quite as much experience would probably get on that thing, stomp on the pedal, and bend it all. I know better. Needs a lot more reinforcement. I got one more idea for Ryan's bike, and then both of these bicycles are ready for showtime. There's no proof like the test ride. We are out in the Wild West, the top secret testing grounds to see exactly what this thing's got. It's definitely got the style. The pedaling is pretty simple. You can see it's geared way down. It's not a high-speed machine. It's just something to putt around and enjoy the desert. The things that I really enjoy most is not so much performance, but style. This thing's kind of a gimmick. Good seating, good handlebar position. I call this one a win. I don't know if Ryan's bike could do this. Full custom reverse motion. Perfect. You roll up and everybody looks at that like, what the heck are you riding? No kickstand needed. You know, all in all, this thing is a, hey, look at me. It's kind of like those show cars I make, right? Does it work? Yes. Is it practical? Probably not. Is it fun? Yes, that's the key. Yeah, this thing is in the prototype phase. You know, I just sprayed it black so it looks clean, put a bunch of gussets in around the rear end just to keep this big tire stable. My whole theory was, can I put these giant tires on a bicycle and make it function? And the proof's in the pudding, it works. I gotta say, 30 miles on this machine out in the open wilderness, it's just a warm-up. I'm ready to go 30 more. I told Ryan to meet me out here. He said his bike's ready, and I'm really excited to check out what's been done to it.
What's up, Ian?
Hey, you found the secret location.
Look at that thing.
Oh,
That's
yeah, look
out
at
of
that thing,
control,
too.
man. Pulling up right away, I noticed this monster truck wheeled, like, bat bike that he's got going on. I mean, this thing's awesome. It's what I imagine Bruce Wayne would roll up to the beach party in.
The big challenge was getting the chain drive around that tire, and it worked out fine. I don't know what Ryan was expecting, but he seemed kind of like pie-eyed, right? His eyes were very wide. He was trying to figure out what the heck this thing was.
That old frame went to good use. You're gonna be the envy of every cyclist on the road.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a departure from what you had going on, but that is what it is. That's its forever home. What the heck's going on with this? You said you got it running.
Oh yeah, check it out.
Walking up on Ryan's bike, I gotta say it's awesome. A vintage board track racer. It's got the look for sure. What did he do to the frame? That looks different. It's brightened up or something.
Yeah, just gave it a little bit of a steel brush and then a clear coat of Eastwood matte.
Oh, the tank looks good too. This describes perfectly why I handed the tank to Scratch and walked away, because he knows what to do. It's got that perfect vintage flavor. I knew bringing it to him was a sure thing, because he's just got that style, right? That looks old-fashioned.
I love the color schematic he did on it too. It just blends into the rest of the bike perfectly.
I think we nailed it. Sure, it's got modern rims, modern engine, but it's definitely got the flavor. Got the disc brake on there. Those grips are cool too.
A lot of what I did was just bells and whistles. I did rebuild the motor a little bit. I mean, aside from just jewelry, I would say, it's really all Ian and what he did with his frame, and that's really what makes the bike.
It's nothing I would have thought of building, but here we are. Let's ride it. It works. Ryan seems really charged up. Today's the test drive day.
Scratch hooked it up with a brand new Bell helmet.
Nice. Nothing to it but to do it. We're off to the races. I don't want to say you're up against an unfair opponent, but I'm going to race you to the pavement, and then it's all you after that. I know what I'm up against, so I'm giving myself a little lead. I get a 10-bike lead. By the time that thing is started, I should be in position. It's the classic tortoise and the hare scenario. I'm going to leave a little early and get there right on time. I tell you, I could get used to this. Come on, let's go. Damn kids. But he doesn't have the style like I do. That's all I could say. I'm at my friend Kai's house. He's a total motorcycle fanatic. Says he's got some project that I might be interested in. I've been friends with Kai for almost 15 years. He's been an editor for Easy Riders forever, so I know he's got some treasure in his garage.
I said, well, come on by and I'll show it to you. I'm amazed I hadn't shown it to him all these years.
See some Harleys and stuff.
Well, it has its own special place of mine.
Huh. So I'm thinking I'm gonna walk in and go into his garage, check out some cool bikes. He makes me take a hard right turn around the camper into the back 40, and he's got something old from the 70s. All right. Looks like a piece of a Volkswagen.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all I got.
This is like a raw piece of steel. It's definitely part of a Volkswagen. It's got some weird frame attached to it. The framework was pretty rough, but what he had there was a great looking, old school fiberglass trike. Kai is a hardcore motorcycle guy. He's all about the two wheels, and that's why this trike was on the side. Whoa! Watch your face, coming in. All right, wait a second. This frame is totally bent. That's why it was laying in the backyard. It's almost like forensic science. You know, you get the body parts to the lab and you assess them, and this thing was bent. This thing got crashed, and that's why it was disassembled, I'm sure of it. It's kind of a bummer that this thing is bent. I was hoping to just like style up the body and reassemble it, but this frame is toast. I'm gonna have to build a whole new one. It's a long walk back from Kai's. Watch it, beast. It was just a burning question why this thing was disassembled and thrown in the backyard. That's the telltale right there. Somebody crashed it. But it's all about this fiberglass body. That's the thing. I don't know what those people were thinking back in the 70s, because this is a pretty wacky ride, all in all. But that's what I like about it. It's weird. Standing on their own, the front is one look and the rear is another look. You got this really cool, almost like a waterfall setup with multiple levels here. And then it goes right back to this strange faceted cubist thing. So it's two different styles completely. It's just gonna be a couple little changes. The first being I'm just gonna rebuild the whole motorcycle. This is an ugly kit. I've never made any claim that these were good-looking bikes, you know? So I'm just gonna cut it apart and make something that I like. I've never built one of these. I've wanted to since I was 15 years old. You know, this is like one of those must-do things. I was actually getting some flack from a couple friends because they said, oh, you said you'd never build the same thing twice. But I built another trike. It's a forward engine. The axle's behind it. It was a motorcycle engine. This is a completely different take on a three-wheel vehicle. It's It's like saying I already built a car before because it has 4 tires. Mechanically, it's all Volkswagen. I'm gonna need a motorcycle front rim and front forks. And I have ideas about all of it. It's just a matter of getting this frame figured out. Yeah, it's just small. I didn't realize they were this small. Or maybe I didn't realize I was this big. You see pictures of guys on them and they just look like, yeah, you know. But my legs are almost as long as the thing. So the handlebars are right here. It's like a little mini bike. I want my arms like this. Well, fortunately, the frame is trash. So all I gotta do is cut the frame off and I'll just make a new frame. Pretty simple. Yeah, let's get to it. I thought there was something too heavy with this whole chassis. They filled this with lead to weight it down, I'm sure. I'm not gonna fill my frame with lead. I gotta come up with something better. So that means you need some weight on the front. I think I'm gonna have to build a very heavy chassis, which is cool. I'll make a cool tube chassis and just try to keep the weight as forward as possible, probably with an 8-inch stretch from where it was. So I'm just gonna cut this fiberglass body in half again, set the back on, and just see where the nose ends up. I'll put it 8 inches away from where it was and see how it looks. We're gonna do a little milk crate mock-up. Hey, look, this has been done by all the great builders throughout time. See, now there's a little more room. Handlebars here. It'll be easy to do. Well, one thing Rich told me about was the rake of the fork, you know, the inclination of the fork tubes. He's talking about his headset being at 58 degrees. So that's where I'm really starting off the whole thing. I set up this jig here. All this is gonna do is put that same diameter tube at a 58-degree inclination. I don't know what that means technically, but that's what the old man told me to do. He's been doing trikes for years, so I'm not gonna reinvent anything. For lack of a better term, this is more of a traditional build. You know, these trikes were happening in the 70s as kits. So just like the hot rodders were all building their cars for the purpose of speed, these things were all built with some kind of weird style in mind. And that's all I'm trying to do with this. So the only thing that's gonna determine the arc in these tubes is the shape of the fiberglass body. I'm gonna use 1.5 DOM, it's 1/8 wall tube, it's roll cage stuff. And I'm gonna come forward with 4 tubes, almost like a truss. They're gonna come forward and curve up below the fiberglass body. The old frame was a really basic shape. It was a rectangle tube with a gusset in it, and no wonder it bent. My challenge is to create a metal structure that's cool looking and super strong. Now I'm gonna try to one-up this design by making it look a little cooler and way stronger. I'm gonna use 1.5 round tube, DOM, it's roll cage material. I'm gonna curve it so that it follows a nice graceful arc, just like the neck of this fiberglass body. And I'm gonna make 4 tubes, kind of like a teepee on its side that goes right up to the headset. Massive curved tube steel structure. Just to fit these up real quick, I'm gonna tack it in place. You could build this thing out of a giant piece of I-beam and it would be incredibly strong. It is form over function, I think. I want it to look cool, but incorporating a great strength factor in it. That's why using these 4 tubes, it's a pretty delicate, graceful looking design, but it's super strong. It's like the works of nature, you know? You look at your skeleton, it's a pretty cool thing without the skin, you know? Everything should follow suit, right? So even though this is underneath this fiberglass body, it should still be something cool looking. See, your forks are pivoting on the center arc, so they won't steer very far. See that? So that's there, you only have that much steering. So I gotta bring them in. now it'll steer. See, before the tubes were so wide that these things wouldn't turn, but now it's fine. This piece is gonna get cut back out. My whole concept is just fitting these tubes up to it. That's why I'm only gonna spot weld everything. I'm gonna make 2 more lower tubes the same way as I did the upper ones. Put it through the roller, trim them back. That's next. I'm building my own custom thing, and that's really what it's about. You know, everybody's got their idea. I see pieces of this machine that I don't like, so they're going away. No regrets. I think I'm just gonna come vertically with 2 round tubes and just some kind of an angle iron straight across. The whole deal pops right back on like it used to. The thing is, you need all the stuff. You know, I got a good start on it, but you can't commit to anything design-wise until you have all the other elements. So I still got to get rear tires, an engine, and transaxle. Here we go. I didn't come out here for recreation, you know. I'm on a shopping mission. So I got the engine, I got the tires, the rims. I'm feeling pretty good about it. The transaxle is kind of a touchy thing. They're expensive for good ones, so I'm gonna talk to my friends, see if I can't just get a used one that'll work. Been drilling all kinds of pieces of metal. All I got from Rich was this fork set, these 2 shocks, and the front tire. So I need to get bolts, bearings, bushings, metal plates, lock washers, the whole deal. The big challenge is to make this whole assembly look good and operate properly. And it's really custom tailored for this bike. Rich's whole take on this front fork was that the Springer forks would be lost up in this big fiberglass body. You wouldn't see them. So he said, put the springs down low. You'll see the whole setup right next to the rim. He thought it was a perfect complement for this fiberglass nose, and I agree. This is what I was expecting with the trike. There's a lot of mechanical stuff that is pretty important, like the alignment of the front tire, the function of the springs on the forks, the pivoting of all the controls. If the forks fail, you fail. Especially if the controls fail, it's trouble. What I'm thinking is if we set this at 58 degrees, like you recommended, then we should be able to just tack weld this stuff in place. Setting up the rake is very important because the old dude says that's what's up. So I'm paying a lot of attention to make sure that it's to his specs. Pretty sneaky. This is all the gear for the headset. Yesterday at the machine shop, we blueprinted this pretty much and set up these holes so that they match what the existing lower bracket has. So just for simplicity, I'm gonna commit to this. See, I bored that center out yesterday, so a 1-inch will fit right through there. For me, the first step is this upper plate. See how it'll go on here? That, and then the bolts will go inside like that. See, that's the setup. But I don't want a big plate on top of the forks. That looks funny. So I don't think I need to tell you that. I'm gonna trace out a shape around these bolts, trim this plate back, and then trim the fork legs. So you may be asking yourself, did he just cut that with a wood saw? Yeah, it's a carbide tipped saw you would use for wood. They go through aluminum. It's not the most optimal thing to cut aluminum with. You'll see it loaded up a little bit on the tips, but with a brand new blade, it goes pretty quick. That's 5/8 aluminum. I'm gonna put these in place just to hold them. I'm gonna weld the sides in first, and I can take the plate off and weld the top. Goes through there. followed the old dude's lead, and you know, he's done this before. All I had to do was make it my own. My job is done. 58 degrees to freedom. It's gonna be awesome. Need a VW transaxle. Don says, hey man, I got something. It used to work. It's been sitting for years and I don't want it. So no matter what condition, if he says that it's gonna turn all the gears, then I'm cool with it. It is ugly, but I got some degreaser and a seal kit. I'll make it happen. Just thinking about what these tires are gonna look like on here, you know? I'm all about putting this thing together right now. This is the look I wanted, you know? 70s slotted mags, Mickey Thompson Sportsman tires. That's the look, man. This is a 70s machine. Took about a foot out of the fork legs. Spur of the moment decision. It caught my eye. I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was just too long. But these handlebars are too small. They came out of that hole like that, so the fork's in the right spot. But see, they just look a little too dinky. I'm thinking about like a tube straight across this way and then 2 arches going right down into the headset. So I feel like the whole flavor of this bike is just gonna be curved tubes. The idea of building these bars kind of mimics my whole process. You know, I didn't have a definite end to this. You know, I had a couple ideas. Mainly that pullback, that sweeping bend coming off the headset, and then the top bar was really up in the air. It's really just put the pieces in place and see what looks and feels right. I think I could live with that. That's, I don't want it to be too curved because it's gonna look droopy, you know? That works for me. The base design of this was like a beach cruiser style, you know? They weren't like high ape hangers or super low drag bars. I just wanted a nice, comfortable, middle of the road seating position, you know, with your hands right around your shoulder height. Some people can sketch it out, but I just take the metal and bend it around and hold it in place and just see what seems right. This is kind of interesting. If I spliced them together like that, that's pretty space age. I had about 4 different ideas in 20 minutes, and something happened. I ended up with handlebars. This thing's getting close. It's looking like a trike. So I'm excited to have Kai check it out because now you get a real sense of what it's gonna be. All right, I really got this chassis dialed in. Went off on the rear end of it. I got everything buttoned up, cleaned, and painted. Gas tank's in, the transmission's resealed. Foot pedals are all hooked up. Last thing to do is get this body into one piece. Got my friend Jack, he's a great upholsterer. He gave me the tip on how to make some seat pans that would help him just move right through this. I'm gonna make a couple templates, cut steel to match, and just deliver them to Jack. The seats are in his hands, whatever he wants to do. He knows what I'm up to. Simple, typical template making. You know, I've got my fiberglass body. I just make a cardboard template on it until it's the shape I'm happy with. You know, it's easier to cut than metal. So you whittle down the cardboard to the final shape, transfer that shape to the metal, cut it and deliver it. You know, I don't think I could have made that any better myself. It's all right. The last part of the operation is this fiberglass repair. Without it, it would look like the body's in 2 pieces, and it's really just a cosmetic thing. Got all this fiberglass from 3M, and it's time to use it. It's a messy operation, but somebody's got to do it. The fiberglass thing is just a cosmetic deal. I've got plenty of body mounts in place. I just need a smooth surface that I can paint. So yeah, I'm just gonna lay this on, and then I'll cut back. Later, I'll cut back whatever I don't need, but at least it's in place. I like the process in that you can create these complex shapes pretty simply, but it's a stinky, itchy process. You know, it's hot weather, and it's kind of miserable. You know, I like the results, but the process is pretty gnarly. I got all this Elastirap product from Eastwood. It's pretty crazy stuff. It's a liquid rubber coating that you can spray with a paint gun. So it's a sprayable rubber coating that is either permanent, or if you prep the surface correctly, you can peel it off. I think it's gonna be perfect for this trike. I'm setting up a whole series of tape lines that are gonna accent these ridges in the body. I really like the last graphics that were on it, but these new ones I think are really gonna help out the design that whoever created this fiberglass shape. I think it's gonna really complement that. I sprayed the whole thing silver, and just like most of the work I do, I stared at it. Something you would see, you know, in the 60s or 70s before all these special candy paints and all the airbrushing fad got so developed. So that last line comes down like that, and that's there, and yeah, we got it. All right, it's the moment of truth. My big concern was that this stuff would all glue together. Oh, look at that. Perfect parting line. I was worried that it was gonna stretch, create rough edges. Quality control. Here he is. What do you think, man? You know, I'm pretty happy with this. It would have been easy to overdo it, so I spent a lot of effort to underdo it. I think it's paid off. Everything here is what I was thinking. The tones are right on. I think if I clear coat the whole thing with this really fine metal flake, it's just gonna give a little pop in the sunlight. And that's it. I think this is pretty classy. It's not overblown. It shows off the body lines. And it's full custom. I got the trike all squared away, got it registered, took it on the shakedown run. The whole thing was figuring out how to ride this. You don't lean into it like a motorcycle. So before I got on the road, I took it out to the park, did a couple wheelies, a couple slides in the dirt just to see how it felt, how stable it was. And this thing tracks great. The whole thing is that this was purely inspired by other people. There was no check and balance like on other projects. So having the freedom to just do whatever I want, it's really cool. I drove it up here to Rich's in Fraser Park. I felt it was so important to bring it back here and show them, hey man, that you turned me in this direction, and here it is.
To see him come riding in the front driveway with it, it was fabulous.
Pulling up, I could see Rich's face, you know, he was excited.
That front end is terrific.
Those are the forks I got from you.
Look at that.
I made them. These are the shocks. The front rim I got from you.
I didn't know I was inspiring him that great. It was fabulous. It looked great. He did the shocks the way I had told him, and then he improved on them by doing the gooseneck the way he did. The hidden frame is marvelous. That's a great idea on that part. I could sell that idea every day of the week. That's a good unit.
The way I chopped the body back and the modifications I made, he was into it.
That's beautiful.
Well, thanks, man. That was the first time I ever put one of these together. Thanks.
You're a triker.
There we go. We've got a couple old school trikes, new school trike, and Kai has got a brand new Harley trike. He's got it from the factory, fresh, and he's bringing it up here today to roll out with us.
I do test rides for Easy Riders and for another magazine we have called Road Iron. And I happened to get a trike for the first time ever. And the trike is great. It's called a freewheeler. It's brand new for 2015.
Kai was a naysayer to the trike thing, and now here he is. He's driving 80 miles out on his new trike just to check out the scene. You know, it's a great day. We're gonna go for a cruise.
it was fun to watch the trike in action. It was just pieces and parts and, you know, garbage basically that I had sitting in my backyard for I don't know how long, and he made this out of it, and it's pretty wild.
What he's done to it is really great. I want to do something with him.
Rich has got projects all over the place. He's got dune buggies, he's got tractors, trailers, trikes, motorcycles. I got a bunch of crazy ideas. This is just the tip of the iceberg. My friend Victor is not the typical car guy. I've built more things for him than I can remember. Everything from custom cars to architectural elements. Nothing for him is ever stock. Victor comes in and he's all charged up. He's got this great idea. He wants to do another project, and it's a little different than what we've done before.
I know you don't use plans, but I even downloaded a set of plans. I want this thing just to be crazy. The other night I was thinking of a project that I need. I got a retail plant rental company. I need for my nursery to have like a little car spectacle, something that just something like people would see like, what the heck is this thing?
If Victor wants a spectacle, he came to the right place. Yeah, I've seen pictures of this thing. I never knew what the heck it was called. So it's a little utility van, basically. I think the coolest factor about this whole build is it's like a 70s kit car, you know? And this is one of the things I've seen pictures of, but never seen one.
When I brought it to Ian, I knew he would make this thing work.
And they give you all the dimensions
All
and
the
the
dimensions,
specs.
but remember, like everything we do, this means nothing. This means someone has built something like this, so ours cannot be like this.
I think we're gonna take these plans and funkify them. We're gonna go full disco. I think it's gonna be cool.
I don't know what can we use. I don't know what kind of foundation or what is this.
This bus that I have has already been shortened, so it just might work out perfect.
Cool, dude.
See, somebody already cut the whole thing in half. They
That's
shortened
perfect, man. Yeah, no, now I get what you're talking about.
This is a 1968 VW bus.
So, Ian, I got one question. What the heck were you thinking when you bought this thing? What were you gonna do with it?
Oh, this isn't mine. This is for another client. He's almost as eccentric as you. So, I mean, this looks like a crazy clown car, but we got plans. My friend Mark brought this down from Canada. He's got a project that I'm building for him, and I'm only using the external sheet metal. So we're using the leftover parts. I'm gonna use the shortened chassis and modify it, and I just think it's really cool that nothing goes to waste.
You're probably gonna have to lengthen it though, right?
I think so. This is too short. The main thing with this chassis is that it's all intact. I'll lengthen it and just come up with a couple dimensions on the body. You come back when I get this thing all chopped apart, and we'll go from there. Let's cut it apart and make it into something better. I think anything could happen from this point on. He's got a set starting point, but who knows where it's going. Well, I'm just gonna cut through and see where it goes. Thank you, that's enough. Go on. That. It's like slicing a loaf of bread. Same concept, only bigger. This isn't like a Beetle. This thing is heavy. It's obviously had the commercial vehicle in mind when they made this. It's some heavy metal. That must be why it was so hard to cut. You can tell this baby's got a lot of miles on it, but it's still ready for the road. It's our new flexible chassis design. It smooths out the bumps. This thing's ready to rock, baby. Fire it up. It's an old Volkswagen. I don't know what's going on. It rolls around, but it's easy to fix. That's the whole thing. The thing that's bugging me now is these snow tires. Picked out these tires and rims because they got that kind of old school look with the white letters. This is essential because, you know, you can start drawing your lines of what it's gonna look like around the final tire diameter and width. So obviously it's looking like some kind of weird contraption. Put a little something on it. Get us in the direction we're going. This bus was driving around on snow tires and some weird worn out radials. So putting some kind of a custom rim and the low profile tires really adds to it. It's the typical hot rod formula. You know, change the rim and tire combo and it's a whole different ride. That's way better. And then I'm gonna cut the chassis and stretch it, figure out the wheelbase. But it's a good first day. I'll get this thing set up, talk to Victor when he gets back here. I think first things first, I've been looking at these plans and just trying to come up with a starting point. The cool factor in this is that I'm actually building the body from scratch. It's a super simple design, but I haven't done this yet. And that's really the thing. Looking at the way this thing is constructed, it was built out of panels of foam and then fiberglassed. But my idea is to build a perimeter frame, like a skeleton, out of 1-inch square tube. It's gonna be way easier for me to just frame this thing out. It'll look kind of like a birdcage, and then I'll skin it with aluminum sheet. The whole idea with this frame is that I can really gauge three-dimensionally what the rake is on these tires, how this looks side to side. That way it looks centered on the chassis. Once I have the wheelbase established, it's all about the roof height, the overall length of the thing, and most importantly to me is the angle of the roof and the angle of the windshield. This tube will represent the roof height. See where we're at. See, that gives it a definite rake. First order of business was definitely the look of a chop top. So the idea of the tail end being way high and the nose being pushed down, it's just, you know, that's the look. It already looks like a spaceship. It's a total moon buggy. I think I'm going in the right direction. You know, some kind of sci-fi cartoon, extraterrestrial vehicle. It's got that funky disco vibe. Those are the parameters. I used the engine hoist in the back, so I'll be able to raise and lower the rear roof height without having all that clutter inside. If I was building something right to the plan, I would be measuring. I'm trying to use the plan as just a baseline model and then mutate it from there. This is like drawing in three-dimensional. You know, if you had a CAD program and took it back to the Stone Age, that's what this is. You're out in the desert, thinking about weird stuff, on a lunar landscape. You got the vehicle for it. So it's really not about measuring, it's just about checking it out. So I think the whole layout of this body looks great. I'm committing to this framework with the 1-inch square tube. The wheelbase has got to be lengthened, so I'm going to stretch out the chassis and to go forward from there. It's a unibody, so the whole body is a tube structure that supports itself, but as soon as you remove that other 3 sides of the tube, you only have the bottom leg, and it's just a springboard. So my idea is to just beef the whole thing up. Instead of a 1x3 rectangle tube, I'm gonna put a 4x4 square tube that's gonna go over both of these frame rails. It's gonna hide the mismatch in the dimensions, and it'll be super strong. Hey, look, Ma, no chassis flex. A real frame. Now the suspension works instead of the thing buckling in the center. The projects I've recently accomplished with Victor were like all out, just go for it. And he was on board, so I'm really just trying to do something that kind of makes him stutter a little. Make him rethink that crazy potential that I have to offer. If he wants to push it to the limit, okay, I will. You can see that this looks great. There's like a very smooth surface. If you're looking at the light reflections, and that's what I'm gonna try to maintain through the whole thing. Up till now, this thing's been a skeleton, right? Just conceptual. I had a couple pieces of cardboard on it. Finally getting these aluminum panels in place, you see it. 3-dimensional thing. It's an object d'art. The whole concept here is simplicity. If I can just lay this on and it looks decent, we're done. I think this is gonna work. Close the door. It's not gonna shut all the way because I still gotta finish the bottom edges. But the whole idea is to get this thing looking like a space shuttle. It's very thin. I'm screwing it down, which is putting little pressure points all around each fastener. The idea of a mirror straight body finish is no warpage, right? So I'm trying to figure out how to keep this material under control. Once I got one door skin put on, I knew this material was gonna work. I had to figure that out. The biggest challenge was in the nose. There was a lot more bent panels up front than there were on the sides and rear. The steel's gonna be showing all through here, but 2 aluminum panels are gonna meet on these corners. So I gotta come up with a pretty clean design. The nose of that is going to be created in one piece, and that's a series of a number of bends. It's going to come out of the windshield frame, turn down. It's 1 inch out, 1 inch down, 24 inches pitching forward, 8 inches down, and then 1 inch back. So this thing should snap into place once the sides are trimmed out. So now I can mark where it's gonna fit inside this upright. By bending one panel up, it just gives the nose a nice smooth look. Trying to minimize the amount of exposed seams, no lapped over joints. Then I'll just finish the edges out. I like everything about this. These look a little cheeky to me. Looks a little like The Godfather. That's the only problem I'm having with it. That round bumper and those little jowls. But all in all, this is what I was looking to build. Just in time for Halloween. It's gonna be great. So my next order of business is to get the rest of these body skins at least, if not permanently installed, at least very mocked up so that it looks like a box, and then hook up the controls and drive it. Hey man, just finishing up the last bit of this stuff. Good to see you. I fleshed out the interior with wood, made a seat, all the controls are hooked up.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, and it looks like it's really comfortable too.
Yeah.
And it adds to the flow. There again, everything's flowing, just the way I like it.
Victor came in and checked out the seat I made, right on the money. He didn't have anything to say except yes. Now you can see the way I fit in it. There's headroom for me.
Yeah, no.
You're laying back and it's just enough. I got the steering all figured out, the clutch works.
Yeah, that thing's gonna be a trip. It'll do wheelies, right? For a one-man operation, what this guy does, I come in every couple days and it's holy. This guy must not sleep because he did 3 weeks worth of work on this thing in a couple days. That bitchin' in front, I love that. Now, practicality. I mean, you know, we're gonna use this, go with the theme of the 70s, and we're gonna use like the shag carpet now. Maybe what are we doing? Maybe some kind of ice chest or some kind of maybe other seating or maybe fishbowl, who knows? I mean, what the hell?
This whole thing started as like a utility cart with some signage. And Victor is really excited about my design and he's wanting to take it next level. Everybody's gonna look at it, man. I put it out in the parking lot just to see, and yeah, it's a total eye catcher. You know, it's one thing standing 5 feet away, but from the other end of the parking lot, it looks like a little space shuttle sitting there.
Well, that, and then
weird.
once we throw these crazy colors on here and these lines, I mean, we have to, I'm talking 70s, man. I'll get you some bell bottoms and then we'll be back at it.
I'll just put 10 million screws in this thing, start it up, and I'll bring it over to your place. Probably be 2 days.
All right, let me know, and I'm ready for you. My boys are ready.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good one. Larry says the engine's a turnkey runner, so I just kind of did my little thing, made sure the carburetor linkage was free, the fuel pump was doing its job with the fuel, and just kind of checked the oil and made sure it was ready to rock. I'd like to take one moment to thank you, Mr. Larry. It's a great engine. But yeah, it's a turnkey motor, just like he said. Before delivery, Victor requested that I put a rear bumper on it. This thing is going to Victor's for all the finished bodywork and paint. He set up a punch list for me. He wanted a dashboard, a rear bumper with a trailer hitch, put an exhaust on it, and just finish up the paneling and headlights. And I guess he's got some kind of garden carts that they'll pull around with this, so he asked for a simple trailer hitch. Doesn't have to be super duty. I just set up that crossbar that hits the old, well, what you'd consider the frame. And the whole thing with this cage is I'm not welding the engine in. See, it's got little sleeves, so these are welded in, and then there's a bolt that holds the whole thing together. That looks perfect. Well, you might remember my friend Bill's famous scrap pile. So I found this chunk of steel. It just had a giant hole drilled in it that fit the trailer hitch. It's easier to cut this thing off, believe it or not, than to drill a new hole through this heavy material. It's like you're at the store, they have those little racks for the impulse buyers. Bill's whole backyard is like that for me. When I welded this big old plate on there, it looked terrible. The whole idea is making it look cool, right? Little weld, little plasma cut, it's a winner. Custom trailer hitch. Once I put the headlights in, you could see, you know, it had the face, it's a happy car. These are like early Volkswagen bus and bug headlights. That was the whole thing. It was a VW kit car. I just like Volkswagens. I could work on a million Thunderbirds and it's like, see ya. You know, everybody's got their thing. This is a hand-built, Volkswagen-powered toy car. I mean, it's beach buggy, and that's cool. That's what gives it the character, man. Look at that, that's a happy car. It's like, Victor loves the project in this stage of finish. It's a blank canvas to him. You know, I was really concerned with the actual fleshing out of it, the building, and now it's time to get down and finish it up. All the interior details and then the paint. In an emergency, you will be warned. This van is going to be sitting around outside year-round. It's not going to be garage kept, so the air filters are directly exposed. Need something to keep whatever water out of the carburetors. Came up with a simple design to cover the top. It looks kind of like a little race car wing. Shrouds the side of the engines. You know, if you're driving by sprinklers, for instance, it's not going to go down the engine and ruin it. I guess the whole thing about this is it's a handmade piece of art, you know? Everybody's going to dig it. Little kids, old ladies. It just looks like a giant toy car. It's going to get a ton of attention. It's going to make people smile. Victor's got his guys going for it. I guess he's got the buggy painted, and he wants me to come over and check it out. Just like any custom paint job, this thing's all taped off. I guess he's done a lot of line work and everything. I can't wait to see it. It looks like it's totally 70s style.
Remember I told you we're gonna do this big old marketing thing. As I looked, I said it's gonna be marketing tool, but it's still gotta be cool. I started looking at it, and then I was thinking 70s. In the core, I went beyond of what I needed to do for being a nursery golf cart / marketing tool. I took it to the limit of what it was. Instead of being just a square box, I said, wait a minute. I need to throw some lines in here. It needs to sparkle. It needs to be cool. You know, everything we build gotta be one off, one of a kind, and over the top.
You got 3 colors, silver, gold, green.
We're still gonna put a clear coat on it, and inside the clear coat, we could add shades of pearl or metallic.
Victor is talking about some kind of panel paint job, you know, something 70s inspired. So as we start peeling back the tape and the paper, he's obviously had somebody who knows what they're doing lay this thing out. It's a pretty intense graphic, and I'm digging it.
And I had my buddy, Bob Kozlick, an awesome pinstriper. He came in, I gave him some thoughts, and he ran wild on this thing.
The only thing I'm wondering is, paint looks so good with the patterns, where's the sign gonna go?
Just like you do to me, I have you do something, you change it up on me, I'm doing the same to you.
We're just peeling tape, peeling back paper, looking at it, and we unwrap it, there's no signage. I thought we were making a custom sign. and all I see is these wild line graphics.
I was thinking about that, and I was waiting for you to ask. Remember, the doors open up and the sign is there, but I had a brainstorm where, you know, the buggies have this whip with a big old sign on it. So it's something that when you're driving, the sign's moving, and I could go up 5 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot.
This project started as an advertising scheme, and he's ended up with this crazy dune buggy van thing.
I still wanted a sign, but I needed the car or the vehicle or it to be cool. The it has this flag with my nursery ultra greens on it, and people are gonna go, what is it, you know?
Right, sure.
And
So
I just say it's just a knit.
this thing is kind of an off-road vehicle at heart, and I think the idea of this flag banner thing is great. If you're out at the dunes, you're required to have a flag, and hey, it's representing the company. That's pretty cool.
Not only do they look to see the sign, they look to see this cool looking vehicle and say, well, what is it? Well, it's a knit.
I don't know what Victor's talking about. I don't know what it is. This thing's a Boonie Bug for 2014. I'm totally on board with it. He's got a great idea for the sign. Now it's time to just do the finished details. So to wrap it up, it's typical process for Victor. He's got his interior guy, Lino. He's done all his projects. The guy's an ace, and I think he's gonna be the guy that takes the interior over the top.
Then I said, okay, this is natural. This is a golf cart. This is a nursery cart. We need indoor-outdoor carpeting. So I said, hey, Lino, can you put this as carpeting? And he goes, well, yeah, he can.
I think working with this AstroTurf might be new realms for Lino's career here. I guess Victor still is on the whole Ultra Greens kick. I mean, he wants this to be representing the business, so he's got like AstroTurf inside, still carrying the green metal flake theme inside with vinyl. All the elements are in place, and I can't wait to see what happens. From the onset, I knew we were building something with 4 wheels and an engine, and he just took it to the next level, typical Victor style.
We had no idea what this thing was gonna come out to be. It's beyond my expectations. It's not a show car. The little nursery car took it to the next level. This thing's gonna be all dirty and in the mud.
He lucked out with this engine. This thing rips. Everything has held together great. It runs great. I almost wish I didn't have to give it up. I was really getting attached to this thing. Being able to drive it on its inaugural run was really cool. Performed perfect. I think Victor's gonna take this thing more places than the nursery. So in addition to the paint, Victor went all out on the interior. He's got custom vinyl interior, two-tone, special seat, gold and green. He's got a custom steering wheel. They put AstroTurf inside instead of carpeting. I mean, this thing's looking good. It's buff, polished, sign is on. This thing is a rockin', it's great. Our first idea was like some kind of a wagon with a billboard on it.
But you know what? I got signs everywhere. But the car itself is gonna make the statement. And we just added the signs on, and you could take them off.
It really shows that Victor's idea was a good call in the end. This thing holds its own just sitting there in the parking lot. It's got the same colors as his fleet, fits right in with all of Victor's work trucks.
The reason why me and Ian hit it off so good is he's creative, and we're just started.
If this was just a small project, then he's up in his game and he's looking to build something incredible. I can't wait to see what's next. I got a call from Jeremy. He lives on the other side of the country, and he's saying he recently acquired one of my creations. You made it.
Yes, long trip.
How's it going, man?
How you doing?
Man, you are loaded down.
Yeah.
Hi.
How's the
Good
trip?
to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
Man, I recognize that silhouette.
Yeah.
I thought it went to Arizona, but you're in Missouri.
Yes. She's been around the block a few times. When I first saw the car, believe it or not, I found it on Facebook Marketplace, and I thought for sure, like, that's definitely a car that needs put back together.
Let's see what's going on over here.
All right, don't get nervous.
I was born not nervous. I know the way cars go. I've sold so many projects that a month later, they don't look anything like what they used to. Oh, wow. They didn't even paint it. They went to a paint shop.
Oh, yeah?
I thought that was the first thing you would do with it.
Well, I'm definitely glad they didn't.
Nice. Pulling this cover off, I didn't know what to expect. That's the car I remember. When you said you found it wherever, I was expecting like the Ed Roth story. Oh, we found it and it was a dumpster
Right,
at a
right,
freaking liquor
yeah.
store.
Well, what do you think? Do you think we can do something with it?
Oh, 100%. I want to put it back together for sure. Space Junkie 1.5. Everything you liked about the old car, and then just a little more something. Let's get it in the shop and kind of do an inventory and see what we're dealing with.
Okay.
The thing about this vehicle is it's like it got kind of short-ended. As developed as it was, I always wanted so much more from it. Well, the good news is you got stuff, like the car body. The bad but not so bad is we're gonna have to get a lot more. Detail on this frame, I really like it. Whoever was doing this, they replicated these cup shapes. That's what the original one was. I mean, we got a lot of potential here for sure. My favorite part of every project is the first 30 seconds. You know, that moment of inspiration. I spent so much time staring at this car in its first incarnation, you know, now I get to revisit it with fresh eyes. When I built this thing, you know, it was just a different time in my life, different frame of mind, you know? And it's like, it still holds up today, but a little older, a little wiser. You know, I'm not saying I regret anything, but I think we could really push this thing, like, into the future.
Well, you act like it's no big deal. I mean,
No,
you
I've been
think?
down this road. I mean, that's what I do, man. Time to get this thing back together.
Do you think you have a game plan, or do you?
I got a million ideas, man. Just let's roll with it.
So we're not gonna like draw it out or take some notes?
No,
You got
no.
paper and pen?
Nah,
We can
don't-
take notes.
We don't even do. You don't even want to see how I draw a line.
I do have a surprise for you in the back of the truck.
That's why it's sitting so low. You got You got some junk in the trunk.
What do you think of this?
Oh wow, that looks like exactly what I started with. I don't know where he got this engine. Somehow he saw the photos and got what was there. Wait a second, what? Is this like some mini truck and stuff?
Yeah.
With the bed dancing?
Uh-huh. That's next. Let me turn on the music.
As conservative as Jeremy appears, you could tell he's got some tricks up his sleeve. Now it's starting to get interesting. That is freaking cool.
Yeah, I figured he would like that out of the stuff that he likes.
There it is, man. Put some wires to it and start her up. The whole time I'm thinking, what are we gonna do about the engine? And there it is. And it's a runner.
Yes, I thought you'd like that. I know he's thinking hard about this, which is, I mean, that's like icing on the cake. If he's thinking, that means he's dreaming something wild up, and that's all we could all hope for.
I know you gotta hit the road, but I'm gonna get started this afternoon, man.
Hey.
I got ideas.
Man with a plan.
The first thing I wanna do is create a new chassis, little twist on the old design, and a few improvements. I'm gonna use 2x4 for a little more room, but I'm gonna put it on its side. I think this small improvement will make a real difference. You know, it'll be the same look from the outside, but the interior room will be way better for it. You see this detail of all the little cups that are welded in. It's pretty labor intense, so it's gonna take a while. The idea here is to keep the theme of the original vehicle intact. So it's like as if it was like twin brothers or sisters from the start, and how they each accessorize themselves differently. So it's the same thing, as if, you know, this thing had another life, which it does. So. It's my custom lifting device. This isn't a big structural thing, so I want to mount them on the underside of the tubing inside the channel so that it appears a little bit deeper. Drill the holes, weld the thing in, and repeat. The one difference already from the original chassis design was the rails were sitting like this. Now they're flat. And in addition, in the front of the car, we're gonna have 2 cup holders, right and left. This is America, and we love our cups. This car's got 2. So just like this rocker panel here comes back and then jogs off, I'm gonna have to do the same with the chassis because I want that to be flowing right through. At this point, it's purely visual. You know, I want to nail the look of this thing and reinforce as necessary. The thing about these really low cars that you can't get away from is the drive shaft being inside the car, literally. You know, most cars you'll see a little hump through the floor, so this is that little hump magnified. This is a really tricky part of the car, and that's why I got to think outside the box. The original design was purely aesthetic, and it hindered the space incredibly. You know, I'm trying to go with the simplest space-conserving design. You know, something like a modified 3-link. I've got these link arms. You see them all the time. They're adjustable, 4-link suspension stuff. So I took 2 of these, I put them in a tube bender and bent them, and I joined them in the center. They're not fully welded yet because I don't want to melt any kind of plastic out of this heim joint. So the idea with this is in the center, facing forward. There's always some kind of cross link to keep the axle centered in the car, and that's what this does also. It can't move side to side. It can only do that or that. I've got theories I can go on for days. The real deal is in the test. The only way to see if it's going to work is to put it together. A little short on hardware, so sometimes I'll use a drill bit. Improvising with sheet metal is one thing, but improvising with engineering is quite another. You have a lot of moving parts to consider. That's basically the arrangement of that. I think I'm going to test it right now and then put the airbags in. The true proof is in what happens when this thing's in motion. You know, if something goes wrong, if it binds, it explodes. The axle drops, effectively raising the car. And see how the link arms go parallel? So that's completely unweighted. That's exactly what I was hoping to see. As simple as it looks, it took a lot of figuring in my head, and I could see now through the range of motion, it's gonna work fine. That's probably about ride height. See where these bars are pretty level? And then it allows the axle to really twist. See that? When you come into a driveway, it's got a lot of motion. I'm really glad I gotta change this all up, you know, take a few risks, because that's the thing. If you're gonna make it better, you gotta step outside of what already happened. I think this is the hot ticket. It's gonna be all right. Next challenge is getting the airbags set in there. I wanna do something unique with them as well. So the standard installation would be right on top of the axle. You see that all the time. You make a bridge, and that's how they live. It's kind of in the way of things, right? I don't wanna see it up there, do you? Nope. The bag's gonna live right inside here. So being ahead of the axle, it's gonna offer a little more lift just because it's closer to the pivot point, and also it's real discreet. Another benefit of this airbag design is the brackets that hold the bags will act as a truss structure for this 3rd link. So, you know, I'm always thinking how to simplify and strengthen stuff, especially with suspensions. Like butter. You know, if you want to see a normal suspension, look somewhere else. This is full experimentation garage. I mean, you didn't think I was going to try something normal or average, did you? I got the rear chassis and suspension all finalized. I also did some sheet metal work, and it's looking good. The goal from the jump was to get more room in this thing, and I think I'm already on the right path. I really want to get the front of the chassis fitted and then put the front axle in as well. I want to make it a little bit stronger, so I'm coming up with this truss shape in here. It'll add a lot more rigidity to it. My challenge is to create a front motor mount right now and then put the hood on and see how everything's gonna come together. This engine is a straight 8. It's almost twice as long as a V8 engine. The engine mount here was a very simple structure. The real challenge is going to be these 2 frame horns. The way they interact with the hood is of critical importance. So here is where we deviate from the plan. So you may have been asking yourself, how the heck is he gonna bend a 2x4-inch rectangle tube on that tight a radius? And the answer is, I'm not going to bend it. I'm going to segment it and re-weld it. That's what all that cutting was about. The old lobster tail trick. I'm gonna weld nice and hot over all these joins and then grind them out later. The lobster tail trick has been used before on many occasions, so it translates perfectly to this chassis design. Ultimately, the frame rail will be a compound curve, you know, so we got the curve, we're just looking for the compound. The old spray can on the lobster tail trick. The oldest technique in the book. Just a lot of work for a little result, but that's all a part of building a show car. The whole thing with this chassis design was like organic. You know, it's got to work around the hood, make it look like the painted part is coming through the mechanical part. Now you see the difference between your standard issue and your refined edition. You know, your curving, your swooping. I think it's gonna look extra special. There you have it, 2 very fine bent frame rail ends. That's the call, that looks perfect. I'll duplicate that on the other side. Front end is taking shape, and I got some plans to keep this train rolling. I got that car off the table and brought the table over here. I'm partnering with Speedway on this project. They have kits for everything. So I have an air suspension kit, I have 4-wheel disc brake kit, I've got all the steering linkage, it's all brand new. And I just chose what I would have always wanted to use on this car. And here it is, it's like Christmas morning. I have an idea about the wheel and tire combo. I don't know what you were thinking, but you know, let's just get this thing so it'll roll forward and back like right now.
All right, I can't wait.
I didn't know Jeremy from anyone. He just called me and said, you know, he builds custom cars and he has one of my projects. So in getting to know him a little bit better, it turns out that he has a few really creative builds under his belt, and him and his father have a company where they do a lot of specialized stainless steel work and car building.
I've got a shop there in Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri. I eat, you know, breathe this stuff. It's gasoline in the veins.
That's the thing in working with a client. You know, some guys are just the idea guys, I'm not mentioning any names. Other guys can get in there and work with you. Always something. It's never smooth sailing. That's why they call it custom. It ain't easy. With this Ford axle and the tie rod being where it is, it's different than these Model A wishbones. I mean, you always run into some situation where you maybe have to heat them, but these are big castings. We're not gonna be able to do that. The reason this becomes an issue is the lower you make a car, the more things get stacked up in a smaller space. When you have a lifted vehicle, you got all this room in here. When you lower it, everything's on top of each other. When faced with an issue, one of my first go-tos is try it upside down, flip it around. I actually learned that from an old gentleman I was working with for years. Steer it. Every time, he's like, turn it upside down. What? Sure enough, it still holds. So it was designed to go in upside down. Look at that.
They just weren't thinking.
It's absolutely perfect. We're not out of the woods yet, but we're way closer. The first step is to make a spacer so I can weld this thing together.
Are you worried about the integrity, the strength,
Well, integrity is my new middle name.
Yeah. What about strength?
Well, strength is built in, baby. You don't have to worry about that. And I'm going to transfer that into this fabrication. Roussell's Strength and Integrity Suspension Services.
Strength.
Strength.
Integrity.
That's it. It's like military training. Radius rods are welded super solid. They look a little funky because there's just a lot of material that's been deposited. Once they're ground down and smooth, they're gonna look like castings. Perfect. So yeah, all this looks good. You know, now we're steering. We're not hitting anything. It's perfect. Minor adjustments, that's what it's all about. I actually have the original rims and tires for
No
this.
way.
Yeah.
Really?
They were on my Model A that I'm building. I forgot they're all the way in the back of the container. So now that this is back, I think they should go on here.
It's been in the back of my mind what's going to go on with those wheels and tires, and here's Ian coming from the back, you know, coming from the relics. There she is. It's like holding history.
There's some things that just you gotta keep, you know, you never know. Why not try it out? Look at that.
Right.
Big 20-inch rims, massive
Oh,
calipers.
yeah.
That's pretty tough looking. The only car you have to put the floor jack into the back. All I could say is the experimentation is a success. I mean, this chassis is pretty much dialed in, you know. One main issue is the lack of sunroof.
It's a big hole.
Yeah. I have some untested ideas in development that just might solve our problem. The first step in the process is to put a slight bend in these stainless steel rods. You know, I want there to be some tension so the fabric doesn't flatten it out and also enhance the curvature of the roof line. As I'm just about done welding, yank that ground off so I could drop it in the bucket without melting these wheels. If there's one thing you gotta know about welding when there's plastic around is don't heat it up. And out. So this is the quick, cool technique. That's that. The theory would be that this just slides in and operates. Pull it forward. That's the deal right there. Proof is in the operation, you know, smooth as silk is what we're looking for. I'm always looking to offer the full envisioning experience. So right now I just want to lay out some tape and really show Jeremy how the fabric will behave once it's attached to these bows and folded up.
That right there just mimicked that line on your drawing.
Exactly. Yeah, see, now the roof has a contour. That's perfect. You know, just a little bit, definitely not flat.
Looks good.
We still need to figure out the upholstery, but the mechanics of it are there. I call this a success. Very simple, totally cool. I'm waiting on a transmission I ordered also from Speedway.
It's gonna be nice.
Everything about this project's coming together really cool. It's definitely an enhanced version of what was. The next big mission is to get this drivetrain updated and in the car. Let's see what happens next. Project's coming together. We got the show. It's looking good. Now we need the go. I love the idea of the straight 8, but you got no transmission to put the power to the wheels.
I don't know where it went.
So I got that 350 Chevy transmission from Speedway. I started with a transmission cover, but I want to get the engine in and the drive shaft, everything in place before we finalize all the sheet metal. This engine's a key element in bringing the look of this whole thing back together, but it's not as simple as it was the first time. Great ideas also lead to problems. So we got a great engine, we got a great transmission, and one of the problems is, like, how do you mesh them?
Yeah, the puzzle piece doesn't quite fit together yet, right?
Exactly. That Chevy bell housing is so much bigger, it'll never bolt up to this without a significant amount of machine work and engineering. But check this out. Transmissionadapters.com. On the shelf, they have a Chevy transmission to Pontiac straight 8 adapter kit. Look at this.
So even this obscure, like a straight 8.
Yes, I called them and he's like, yeah, we got that. They got this crankshaft adapter, their own custom flex plate, and a brand new mini starter. They made their own puzzle piece to fit these together.
Now that's crazy.
Jeremy's a car builder in his own right. He wanted to be involved, you know, get his hands dirty on this project. He's told me since the beginning he's wanted to take this back to his shop for the final details. This gives me the creative ability with the heavy fabrication to really nail those points. Back at Jeremy's shop, he'll focus on the final details of the chassis paint, the interior fit up, the wiring, etc. Everything lines up, as it should. Sometimes the stars align. I get to do the transformation I was hoping to see, and Jeremy gets the car he's always wanted. Wow, that was almost too easy. Let's put the body and the nose on. You know, you can see my little crutch design holding up the roof truss. Title of the house says built in 1940. This garage is made out of railroad ties and telephone poles. I don't want it to come down. It's pretty charming.
It's some Amish engineering, boy.
You can see it works. This transmission is overall, in every direction, larger than the original unit. Hopefully, this will fit under the dashboard. It actually fits. You know, that transmission is big.
Yeah.
And it still fits under the body and the dashboard. Look at that. With any luck, this big hole in the hood should fit that engine just right. You can see the hood design is set up to showcase the mechanics front and center, and that's where the next challenge begins. How do you feed this engine fuel and release the exhaust?
I like where your head's at.
Behind baggie number 1, open that up. These are Weber side drafts.
Nice.
They go on a lot of exotic cars. They're very well designed, and I thought they would look really cool in the wrong place on this car. That'll make some exhaust, but there's two more things. So I was thinking, yeah, check that out.
You a cheerleader?
Exactly. No, that's my dunce cap. Before I start any project, I like to line up all the possibilities, take a look at them, and then get to work. I mean, anything goes. It would be a little more challenging to set them like that, but that's kind of cool too, eh? You know, take a minute and explore the possibilities. Whatever you like.
You can hear my gears turning?
Right.
You can hear it? You can hear that, yeah?
I've spent my time considering and figuring out all aspects of this car, so let's see what Jeremy ends up with. So, what do you want to do? I mean, it's time to build the cooler version than it was.
I know cooler's better. I still like the way they look sideways.
We have to determine the placement of the carbs. Once we decide that, we can begin to build the intake.
I really still like the way that it was set up originally. I mean, I know some of the nostalgic part of this car was how everything was set up that way. And if they're set up on these blocks and they're that high, you can still get to the spark plug wires and anything like that.
I like that idea. If you want to start on that rear one, I'll start on the front one and we'll fill in the spaces in between.
All right. I don't know if I'm qualified for this.
Yeah, we do have a little quality control course you have to get clearanced on. Is that how you're feeling?
I think so.
In the end, there'll be a few necessities included with this concept, but also some aesthetic stuff. You know, it's got to look cool as well as do its job. We got some busy work tying up this intake. The next part is the exhaust, and that's where it really comes alive. Our building frenzy hasn't allowed us to see this fit up on the car. So it's like, enough planning, let's just get to it. I love the look of those carburetors. The whole concept of this design on the intake is that the carbs appear to be floating. That's the idea with the bracing between the tubes. So we had the hood on when we did the carburetors, but we did nothing about the trumpets and the exhaust. I didn't even think about that. The old build it without the hood on trick. We're hitting the exhaust bracket.
Is it?
Oh yeah, 100%. The proof is in the test fit. Clearly we got carried away. You know, next time you rebuild this car, leave the hood on before you redo the exhaust.
I don't think there should have to be a next time.
Third time's the charm. It's been around the block a few times. Actually, it's never even been around the block. This car has more miles on it than most show cars, and they've all been on a trailer. I think 1 or 2 trims on the bracket, and we're in business. Now, hopefully the exhaust fits. One difference between this and the original intake manifold was I built that right to the engine. Jeremy came up with a great idea to make it flow with the line of the hood opening a little better. Yeah, I really like how the manifolds do follow that paintwork. That's cool. The other one didn't do that.
Yeah, I need littler hands or something.
That's the spice of working with another fabricator, is I had some ideas, Jeremy's got a few, mix it all together and see what comes up. Let's drop it on the ground. I want to see it. Yeah, I thought that the building of the car was the hard part, but you know, this is not like changing the tire on your grandfather's pickup truck. How the heck did we do this last time? Somehow you got to get on top and lower it down gracefully. That's a pretty low car, sir. Seeing this car on its way back is really rewarding. You know, I think it's kind of like a parent-childhood scenario. You know, you send your kid out into the world and it goes through some stuff, you know, comes back with blue hair and piercings. I don't know. This car came back looking a little loose, a little worse for wear, but under our tender guidance, it's coming back.
Totally different now, right? Doors on, what?
Yeah, it's looking so good, I'm getting ideas.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, I can't wait to take this car apart again. Pretty nice car you got there, sir. Where can I get one of them? Just the fact of seeing this thing back on 4 wheels with a frame under it is really cool. The carburetor setup, just seeing the intake up a little higher, a little more aggressive. I love the new and improved exhaust. The fact that we stayed with the same rim and tire combo is a win for me, and the cloth sunroof is a nice, classy touch. That's the transformation, man, right there.
Looks nice.
Grab your seat, throw it in there. You know, I want to see how 2 full-size humans fit in this rig. Take me to the bar, Jeeves.
Yes.
There's been so much talk on it. It's like, how do you fit in there? How do you drive it? Laying down?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, kinda.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's relaxing.
All jokes aside, there is way more room in this car than there ever was before. This car is literally like waist high, and the 2 of us are in there. We're not hitting shoulders. There's plenty of room to look around. I think it's gonna work.
Now I know why you built it. I like it. I like how everything looks right now. Almost like a monster mobile, you know what I mean? You got the engine that's sticking up almost right at the roof line.
The thing is, you know, you're looking at this, but you get into a parking lot, you're just like, periscope up, check all around, and then you're cool again.
Yeah,
It's
you're
that
incognito.
simple. Jeremy's really pleased with this thing, but I got a surprise lined up. There's another vehicle that he really needs to see. Space Junkie 2.0. It's never been displayed at a major car show, so it's just cool to see people's reactions.
Whoa, this is so wild to see this in person.
I wanted the full show car, and we donated the chassis from your car.
Ah.
See how the chassis developed from what it was to what we created?
Oh,
wanted
well, I
more.
mean, I see now why you tore the other car apart. To see that in person is a showstopper. I mean, people stop, they look, this is exciting.
So that's kind of the thing, you know, the story of Space Junkie's ever evolving. We got 1, 1.5, 2.0. So the ultimate goal will be to have these together at a show someday. This
Oh.
one's probably not going to change, but yours is still evolving.
Man, I tell you what, this has been an awesome journey, man. I greatly appreciate everything, and like even bringing me here to check out this.
Yeah.
This is awesome, dude.
Well, let's get yours together real soon.
Let's do it.
We'll bring it here next year.
Yes.